going to be go ahead and backing out. He does have those enhanced stats online right now because of the Prime. You can tell that they're looking for the Primal Bump. He doesn't care at all. He's going to hit them with a big knock him up. Hit him with the stun.
Onto the core, they're looking to try to push this down and end this tournament right here, right now.
The big combo, the big damage coming out. They grab the members. Look at the health bars drop here as they find a huge combo and take the All Prime from even worse timing.
There's only one champion, and they're looking to walk away with the belt over their shoulder, hold it up high. You know, the champion gets the girls, the champion gets the gold, the champion gets the glory, and that's what they're looking for here.
Right now, even worse timing needs a defense that can stop a Titan from going through.
But Pablo's gonna get caught by Crazy Bull and just absolutely obliterate. Professor's playing out of their damn minds today.
50 scrims, 20 days, 1 PCC championship for Professors, baby! Even worse timing, taking this core. They took out your reigning champions. The crown's on the floor. Pick it up, dust it off, put it back on your head. Because even worse timing are your two-time PCC champions.
You have to put up the wall. You can't let them get this damage across. It has to be Morose. It has to be them. It has to be Man Q who is getting pushed back. They are starting to go one by one. Happy Picker with the pickoff. And it is going to be DLAB that are your PCC9 champions.
The crowning moments, semi-finals in PCC6, semi-finals in PCC7, change the name, change the logo, but never change the drive. The doctors are here, they're gonna take it all, and they are your PCC8 Grand Champions.
Hello, Predecessor fans. It is time. Welcome back to day 2 of the Prime Championship Circuit, where we show you what the best of Predecessor gaming looks like. For those who are new around these parts, PCC is a celebration of the community, a testament to the spirit of competition that unites us in the world of Predecessor. After an action-packed day 1, you can expect the same for day 2, where we see who moves on to the main event on October 19th and 20th. We're starting off with 16 teams today, but only 8 will advance and have a chance at the prize pool of $3,000 and to be crowned champions of the PCC. Shadow's Eve is upon us, but it's time for these teams to show us what they're made of. It's time to forge their legacy at the Prime Championship Circuit. These games are no joke, and with $3,000 on the line, every single match counts. Every game is a testament to these players' skills, their strategies, and their teamwork. Today promises to deliver non-stop hate crimes in the offlane, possibly some DCs, and a whole lot of fun that if you were to be in game, you'd be pinging good job. Welcome to PCC9. My name is Ardog with the Triple Gs, and I'm your host, day 2 of the Swiss here at the PCC. What a pleasure to be surrounded by absolute gamers. How are you, chat? How's it going? Did you get some sleep? Today, I'm joined by our finest desk analysts. I'll start with Mugiwawa, the Predecessor calculator himself. The word on the street is that he's memorized pi to the 50th digit. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm happy I can be there today because that's the only time I have to be part of PCC9, and it's always a pleasure to see those players compete against each other.
Welcome, Mugi. And of course, we also have our multi-talented talent coordinator and host of all things EU at the PCC, Lance Cecil. How are you?
I am super good today, Ardog. Very happy to have Mugi here with me. Very happy to have you here with me. Very happy to have all 110 people in the chat already, ready to rock some Swiss Day 2 of PCC9.
I hope you guys are all excited, especially chat. Today, we're starting off with 16 teams, but we're cutting that in half. Today, we will have 4 rounds of Swiss, and these teams need to win 3 games today to at least move into the top 8. That's a guaranteed spot in the top 8. But how Swiss works is everybody starts off 0-0 in round 1. In round 2, those who are 1-0 versus those who are 1-0, and those who are losing go against those who are losing. Then you repeat the cycle until round 4. I already know who Lance is rooting for. Crazy fool, the professors. But really, tell us who you're favoring and who you want to advance in the top 8, Mugi and Lance.
So, for me, yeah, of course I'm going that way. I also am very partial to the Docs as well. I'm a big Zihi fan. I'm a big Simba fan too. I think that addition is pretty great from them. Looking at it, really, I think that it's going to come down to the last, like, maybe 2 teams to get in, and the last 2 that are going to fill it up. I actually think that one of these teams that we're about to see in our first matchup, Nightshade or Hard to Overcome, I think one of the 2 of them is going to make the top 8. And then if I had to pick my other surpriser, I'm going to go with Primetime. I think Primetime makes top 8 somehow.
On my side, of course, there is like the top 4 teams. We have DLAB, Professors, Doctors. We all know those teams. Of course, I have a little bit preference for Animal Form, the EU player coming to NA, so naturally me being from EU, and I'm a big fan of all those players like Import, Neft, Bondrut. But if I had to pick one, I have to admit I was quite impressed by the quality and the levels of Mind the Gap. And also I had the chance the past 2 weeks that Margot Robbie actually asked me to help him coaching to prepare for that event. And so I got like some moment with him and tried to elevate his gameplay. And it really kind of showed. And I love those players that are ready to put in the effort to try to progress, to try to catch up to other people. And that's wonderful to see in the community overall.
Solid picks. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams can do after what we saw from today. But going back to what Lance said, our first game of the day is Nightshade, and it's Hard to Overcome. Both of these teams are 2-2. We've got the draft ready. Based on what we know, what are you expecting to see?
I mean, I'm expecting to see Richter's steals the big tanks off of it, prioritization onto the Zarus, onto the gadget like we saw most of yesterday as well. We already see the steal come through with the first ban of it. Would be surprised not to see a Richter followed up here so that Nightshade doesn't have the opportunity to first pick it.
Yeah, and also if we go a little bit deeper in what those teams have been played yesterday, it's interesting that we have seen that Hard to Overcome, they picked Aura 3 times and they played Aura in 3 different roles. They played in jungle, offlane, but also on the support role. So maybe that's a character they kind of like to flex and do some weird things with it. On the other side, on Nightshade, it feels like they kind of love the Zings for Mama Joe. They played it 3 times out of 4 games and legit love his rampage in the jungle. So maybe we're gonna see some prioritization towards that direction.
But that next ban, that's not the Richter. That's actually going to be the Wraith on the side of Hard to Overcome. We haven't seen a lot of both of these teams quite yet, but that's something that is an advantage. There's a possibility that, just what Lance said, they advance past the Swiss, get into top 8, they can get into quarters, into the semis, and possibly the grand finals. But that first pick from Nightshade, that's going to be that big raid boss monster. That is the Sevarog. Sevarog is a monster, especially if you play him and you pilot him in the offlane, but you can also play him in the jungle, which is what we've seen from previous tournaments. He's definitely a flex pick.
He is, and you know, the Richter still on the table, on the board, available for anybody who would want to pick it up. A big rotation comes through. I think that Hard to Overcome, from what I've seen in drafts from the day one, I think that the people are on side 2 have a better opportunity to start a strong team comp, but I'm not sure if Aurora and Twin Blast is what I would go with if I wanted to be the team doing that.
As I was mentioning, it seems that they really value the Aura early for this whole flexibility. They have many players that can play the character. So Aura early, in a sense, I kind of like the pick because it's so flexible in playstyle. You can dive, you can counter dive. There is a lot of potential. Twin Blast, though, I feel like it's a little bit early, and so I would say probably a comfort pick for the carry role, if I had to guess. But we see like the answer from the side of Nightshade, it's Richter and Zinx, which is interesting because that means that we kind of give a little bit the cards in, because probably Zinx is going to be support. I've seen some team try to experience with Zinx mid lane, but personally I'm not a big fan of that, so I truly believe it's Zinx support. And like we said, Mamajo love that support. And so that means that Rictor and Seth can like kind of shift between the jungle and the offlane. But I think Blue Monster, the offlaner, is going to pilot the Sevarog in offlane, so that means we have a Rictor jungle, but already two way to set up his gank with the Ricochet from Zinx and the Subjugate from Sevarog.
I really like these picks coming out from Nightshade, but going back to hard to overcome, that first pick on Twin Blast, ADCs normally we don't really see them as a first pick or a priority, but they're gonna take out the Drongo. Yes, they've picked the Twin Blast already. That's denying Nightshade and an ADC from that hero pool, but Zarus pick, I love this combination. Zarus and Aurora, both of them have so much elusiveness rather, and just able to engage onto and dive onto the heroes from Nightshade.
Right, and so looking at the hard to overcome roster, I do know Kyaruga is kind of a beast when it comes to it. I also believe he's a controller player, so shout out to the controller players over here in the Predecessor scene. But I know that they have done a lot of prioritization into Kyaruga in the drafts, so picking up that TB early, probably just a preferred comfortable hero for him. Gonna face the Decker ban coming the other way as well, so hard to come won't be able to pick that up. I'm still not super partial to the Decker pick right now anyways, with that small bug that's in the stun ball where every once in a while it just won't go off. Gonna pick that gadget up, pair it with the Zarus. I love that combo. I could talk about it until I'm blue in the face.
Yeah, and that's a thing that Hard to Overcome is already doing correctly. I see some people kind of love the gadget, but I feel like gadget can only work if you have some setup in your team to kind of guarantee the damage of the gadget, which here we already have, of course, the Coliseum, but also Aurora with the Hoarfrost, the Glacial Charge as well. Like you get a good wall, that means that then the Tesla Dome can also be fully utilized, or the Seek and Destroy. So they have a lot of tools to set up that gadget damage. And to be fair, against a Sevarog and Rictor, gadget can be very good to be able to shred those tanks if they stuck in place. So I kind of like this pick. And on the side of Nightshade, we're going to round up the draft with an Argus and a Murdoch. We kind of needed like kind of heavy damage. So very important here to go for some pick that actually deal damage, and the Argus and Murdoch works well in that regard. Also, Rictor Murdoch, it's a very, very scary lane. One hook, you get into the trap and suddenly you can be dead. And once again, the mid lane, Argus is picked, which is another setup for Rictor ganks with the Dread Nova with the stun. So overall, I feel like a well-rounded comp on the side of Nightshade.
And that's going to be the Muriel pick. That's the last pick, last hero for hard to overcome. I'm looking at both of these drafts. Which one are you favoring and why?
So if it can be executed and hard to overcome can hit the wombos and they can get the Zarus cage onto somebody with the Cryosysm on as well, the Tesla Dome there, and then Muriel jumps in with the Reversal of Fortune and they can hit the big wombo onto the priority targets, then I really like hard to overcomes. But if they fail to execute the beginning of their team fights, they've really only got one play, it feels like to me.
Yeah, and personally, I think I'm gonna go more towards Nightshade, simply because it's two teams that, realistically speaking, are not tier 1 teams. They're not at the level of Professors, DLAB, this type of team. And I feel like the side of Hard to Overcome is harder to execute compared to Nightshade. Nightshade, you have a hook to engage, you have a Sevarog to engage, you just peel the backline with your Zinx and your Argus. I feel like it's very easy to navigate and take control of the match. But on the side of Hard to Overcome, they have tools, they're not easy to apply. And if something goes wrong, like this, for instance, this gadget doesn't have a good game, then they're gonna like damage and suddenly the whole comp collapse.
This is game 1, day 2 of the Swiss here in PCC9. Get your predictions in. We're going to throw it over to Philly and Dr. Shadow.
Oh, welcome everybody. The Dastardly Duo back at you for day 2. Nightshade versus Hard to Overcome. Doc, I'm excited for this one. The last time these two teams met, Nightshade claimed the victory. When we casted Nightshade yesterday, Doc, they went more for that pick composition. Now they're kind of going tried and true to the meta with the Rictor, Sevarog, a little bit more of an easier composition to execute, as the desk stated. So I'm liking their composition. I'm liking what they're about to do in this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like they definitely took some notes yesterday after the game that we casted and said, hey, not having control was definitely an issue. And they've clearly kind of fixed that with the draft that we're looking at here with the Sevrog, with the Richter, as we saw yesterday. That is just a terrifying duo, no matter where they are on the map, whether it's support, whether it's jungle, whether it's off lane. Like when those two converge at some point in the game, this game becomes very difficult for whoever's on the opposing side. So in this case, H2O. But H2O, they've got a pretty nasty draft too. We saw in action yesterday, at least for my first time, truly seeing the microwave combination happen with the Zaris Coliseum and the Gadget Tesla Dome. And this time they have a little extra help. They have the knock-up from Reversal of Fortune. They have the Cryoseism now from the Aurora. We know she's a CC bot. So this is going to be a really exciting game, and it's going to come down to who has the stronger fights around these objectives.
Yeah, right now H2O, I think for me is the one with that capability. They're going to be leaning heavily into those team fight areas of the map, so around the Fangtooth, around the Prime Pit. But Doc, what I love here about the Nightshade is that each lane has some sort of setup for the Richter hook, whether it's the stun from Mama Joe, whether it's the stun from Argus, or the subjugate here from the Sevrog. Each character can help set up that hook and make it a little bit easier to land. So they're really trying to facilitate that jungle early and often.
Yeah, that's a great point you make there. There is that threat. No matter where Richter goes, he should have no problem hitting a hook, or at least very minimal problem. It's obviously not an easy ability to hit, but I do want to point out also, both teams have a global presence, and that's something that we don't see too often. You have the Murdoch over in the duo lane for Nightshade, who's going to be able to pop the long arm of the law no matter where. Blue Monster just getting pushed back a little bit by Blitzy with that level 2 advantage. Blue Monster is now gotten level 2, and now the brawling begins. But Muriel with the Reversal of Fortune, she'll be able to jump in at some point as well, turning the tides of combat, adding a shield, adding a knock-up. There's always going to be a threat there. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a long arm of the law get kind of countered by the Reversal of Fortune. That would be kind of cool to see. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree, and I love it because they're really the two only global ultimates in the game, and that's something so unique about Predecessors, that you can really look across and see what's happening in the other lanes because you get those silhouettes. You can see the profiles on top, which is not indicative of other MOBAs. So I really enjoy that you can kind of play that global presence with the long arm and with the reversal. So we'll see how these characters decide to pilot their champions to victory here. Kind of just chilling out here as we get to the minute 3 mark, and the Riverbugs are going to be coming online.
Ranting Gamer from the side of H2O doing a nice red side invade here. He's effectively most likely going to get this, but legit is going to come in to try to contest it. Ranting is going to try to pull it, try to get just a little bit of distance with the help of Blitzy, but it does look like legit gets it, but will legit pay? No, legit gets it, but earns his blink to get away.
Oh man, and that hook came out too, Doc.
Yeah, that hook would have been sick. Please bear with us for a moment. We had a quick game crash, so you guys are gonna get to see our faces again. Hi.
Hello. And we got some lovely faces out here. We got some lovely Predecessor as well. Doc, both of these teams are 2-2. They're looking to kind of break into the upper echelon of the Predecessor scene. They're trying to get some of those circuit points here in Predecessor 9 as we kind of round out the year here as we make it towards the end of the season. But I do want to talk a little bit more about this matchup, mainly in the mid here. We do have Gadget versus Argus, which we haven't really seen too often so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like Argus has kind of been slept on as a mid laner. He is quite strong. I know there are some of those higher level players in the top 4 that, we talk about, the Professors, DLAB, a lot of them, even Mind the Gap, they tend to like Argus as well. But yeah, I have not casted Argus in a hot minute, and he's one of my favorite heroes. It's a very interesting matchup, right? He has very strong wave presence, especially when matched up against a Gadget who's able to toss a hat, toss a heat lamp, and just kind of go wherever she needs to go. Argus can also just toss a crystal, shoot his little particle shredder machine gun at the wave, clear it, and go gank somewhere with his Dreadnova stun. In terms of what I expect in terms of one-on-one, he is a lane bully. He can just poke you. He can proc that shield on the Gadget, get that 45-second cooldown going, and then redo, just do that again, but without that shield kind of countering his presence, right? With the recent buffs to Particle Shredder, he is just more of a lane bully. So I'm expecting some potentially a solo bolo coming out from Argus. I do it myself quite frequently, but if I believe it was Terror who's on the gadget, if he is smart and sits back and stays back and does not allow gadget or Argus to close that gap, then he shouldn't have any issues just farming creeps and fighting for objectives. So it really comes down to just being heads up.
Yeah, I mean, and Gadget can stay far back. There was one point we called her like a poking mage, right? Where she can just like toss a hat from way downtown, toss the heat lamp as well. So they can kind of be out of the range of some of those abilities like the crystal, etc. So yeah, definitely gonna have to play a little bit more carefully there in the mid lane is the Gadget. We should be getting our stream back up in just a moment, folks. So we can hop back into this one here at PCC9 Day 2. Doc, I want to hop over to the mid lane. I'm a support main myself. Seeing the Zinx there with the Murdoch, I believe. I like that actually a little bit stronger than the Muriel and the Twin Blast, though. I expect a lot of poke to be coming out from those two.
Yeah, as many viewers at home know, Zinx, her recent balance patch did not actually nerf her damage, movement speed, or anything like that too heavily. They did, in fact, nerf her mana efficiency and the ability to heal in that early game, especially. So she does rely on out-poking the enemy instead of out-sustaining the enemy, which is what we generally would see with like a Narbash, for example. A Narbash or a Phase who wants to out-sustain and stay in lane longer. But the Muriel, I've not been impressed in this tournament with the Muriel. I know she did receive some pretty heavy nerfs in terms of just the damage output, mana efficiency with shield, the two various shields that she has. But she did also recently receive a slight buff to her ability to also outpoke. They enhanced the damage of her, I don't even remember the name of the ability. Serenity, yeah. They did recently buff that in terms of the amount of slow that it offers. So it goes up to 50% slow at level 4 or 5. She is also going to be looking to hit Zinx and kind of push them out of lane because Zinx's sustain should not be that good, at least up until level like 8 or 9. It's going to be a very fight-heavy lane. It's just I favor the Murdoch against the Twin Blast because Twin Blast just doesn't seem to come online, in my opinion, until probably around the 12, 13, 14, 15-minute mark. That point, he'll be able to just shove waves and then start fighting and get those first 2 items online, and then he'll become a problem. But Murdoch hits like a truck at all points in the game.
Sure does. Well, folks, I want to see your prediction in the chat. Who will win the duo lane? Which duo do you like the best? For now, we're going to head to a quick break as we get some of those replay issues fixed for you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have time traveled into the future to the 5-minute mark because there was a little bit of a corrupted data in that replay, but we are still into it. No first blood on the board just yet here, Doc.
Yeah, no first blood, which means we didn't miss any crazy action there, but we did see Legit burn his blink after saving his red buff after that invade coming out from Zarus. In the mid lane here, Naps does seem to have a level advantage very slightly on the Terry Terror's gadget, but Legit might be coming in. Nah, he's just showing face to kind of scare Terry Terror back. But yeah, Naps is ahead effectively right now against the gadget. He has creeps pushing into him, and he has the level advantage. He's level 6 to Terry Terror's level 5. So I'm hoping that some blood comes out in the mid lane there. Nice vision on both river buffs. Maybe around the 7-minute mark, we'll see some spicy fighting. But for now, we're kind of in a lull state across all 3 lanes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's just about these players trying to hit some of their timings, right? We don't have like a Chimera on the board who's trying to get in earlier, Rampage or something like that. There's just folks are trying to wait for the level 6 timings, wait for maybe an item or two to come online before they try to get some things done here. But yeah, Naps firmly in control of this mid lane. Just that wave management, absolutely insane.
I do want to point out Terry Terror might be going down here. He's getting bullied. He does not have a blink either. He's getting Synaptic obliterated as well as being pressured by Legit, and that is going to be a first blood coming out from Legit. He gets saved by the jungle. Blue Monster made a rotate from the off lane here. This is a whole fight breaking out.
Oh my gosh, it's a collapse into the mid lane. All 5 members here of Nightshade are just converging in the mid lane. There's Naps just dealing all the damage in the world, but it is the gadget who goes back to the garage here, and Naps claims the first blood.
Man, it's almost like I can just read the future. River buff spawned at 7 minutes, and that is when we get the first blood. The river buff, Terry Terror dropped down to get it. Legit was there to contest it. Naps with his level advantage on the Argus, being that lane bully presence, who is just much stronger at this point in the game than the gadget, just punished him. You know, they burned his blink prior to that river buff, so he just had no out and just had to go down as a result of that. So he's going to be playing from behind here, and Naps still has his blink in the mid lane as well. After that skirmish, after shoving them out, they also, Team Nightshade is also able to secure the first Fangtooth of the game. So they get first blood, they get first Fangtooth. They are on the board right now with a they're coming out of the gates swinging with a very strong statement saying, we are here to play and we are not doing what we did yesterday.
And here we go. Legit goes in, barely misses the Rip Flash. That was so close. That would have been the end of Thor's life for sure. In that Fangtooth contest there, the Mural actually expended their blink as they were trying to peek into the pit for some health bar timings. So that's going to be a massive cooldown expended for them a little bit. They're going to have to play a little bit more safely here in the dual lane. Right now, Legit making his presence known.
Yeah, Legit, he is showing face, and that's the power of Richter. Even if you don't hit Whiplash, Richter is just a menace. Like, it's the threat of having a Whiplash hit, or a skewer, or something like that. He is just an absolute monster on this map. Blue Monster getting pushed back over here in the off lane, but will Zarus be able to make something happen after clearing that 3 camp?
There's the Spectral Dash. It does come through here for Blue Monsters. He's fully on the retreat. I think that was the Cryoseism expended there from Blitzy, but Blue, he's able to make it back to his tower right in safe and sound.
Uh-oh, but no, it looks like Ranting Gamer might have something to say, because as you know, Spear of Near does go through towers. He is going to try to stop that.
It does.
Oh, but Blitzy with the Hoarfrost, it's going to miss. Blue Monster runs up the stairs, but no. Oh, the Colossal Blow knocks them both away. They're just under the tower, and they get nothing for it. He survives, and he says, good day to both of you. Thank you for wasting your time.
Yeah, he's tipping his cap for sure. A massive Colossal Blow there to get a twofer into the tower as well, so the tower is able to get some damage on him. That will kind of stem the bleeding here as Blitzy has to retreat with no mana to his name to kind of help crash that wave a little bit. Nice heads-up play there from the side of the Sevarog to keep himself alive.
It's also really, really important to note that Blue Monster on the Sevarog, after all of that, he still has his blink. He is still going to be fine. He still has Spectral Dash and Blink, which means next time they do that, he's also going to survive. When Zarus decides to try to Colosseum him, like, he'll be just fine. Naps in the mid lane, just hitting creeps. He got the river buffs. I believe he got both river buffs. I might have missed the second one, but he definitely got one of them at least. And as a result of this kind of pressure that was failed over in that off lane, Nightshade's going to capitalize on that and look to secure the first mini prime of the game, which is going to be the second objective going their way across this entire map.
And then that's heads-up recognition of jungle pathing there, Doc. They understood that, okay, Zarus made the gank here. He probably cleared that side of his jungle. He's probably going to go to red side. That opens this up for us. We already just came back, got our items, and now we're fully freshed to go in and take the prime. And so they do, giving it to Blue Monster this time. He's going to be putting a lot of pressure over here in the dual lane. They've been taking trade after trade over here, Doc.
Yeah, Blue Monster needs to be raid bossed so he can continue stacking. Oh, the Coliseum's coming down to Nova, but Nova is going to blink. Reversal of Fortune comes in just too late onto Ranting Gamer. That's a combination I was going to talk about, actually, earlier on, was the Reversal of Fortune following the dive from the Zarus, something similar to what we see with the Terra, right? She dashes into the backline and gets a knockup, but that was just slightly mistimed there. But they do burn the blink from Murdoch, so Nova will be in danger.
And Blue Monster's the one in danger here. Has to expend the flash as the Cryoseism freezes him in place. Even with the purple buff on him, Blitzy's taking this 1v1, and he's taking it confidently.
Yeah, Blitzy is manhandling Blue Monster right now in that off lane. So I mean, we've seen several times where Blitzy is at like almost full HP, getting Blue Monster down to half HP in those one-on-one mano-y-mano trades. But over in the off lane, Naps is going to try to capture whatever Aurora's, but Zarus is coming in 2 Naps there. I don't think anything's going to happen here. Blitzy gets away with 1 HP.
Our Dwarf Mage is definitely under duress there. A Dread Nova from downtown secures it on the Blitzy, obliterating him. And now Blue Monster in the return forces out the flash here from Ranting Gamer. A nice little dodge there as well to use the dash to get out of dodge there. But a nice rotation coming out from Naps.
Naps still has Blink. That jumping Synaptic Obliterator coming out from him to get around the angle of the Zarus, blocking his path. Fantastic shot. I mean, it's a testament to how frequently he must play Argus, because I don't know, you don't see that very often, but it's definitely a mechanic that makes sense because you have to know who's in your way and how to get around them in order to land those shots. So after getting Blitzy off the map, Blitzy is going to start rotating to the second Fang, but with Naps' Argus, they're going to look to burn the second Fang real quick.
I think it's just a bait and a switch here, Doc, as they said, all right, come at us. The Tesla Dome now dropped, and the Richter's caught all in it. He's being zapped here. Is the Warden. Does he go down? No, he's able to flash himself to safety, I believe, but it is Nova who does get deleted there and sent back to spawn. A triple flash here from the side of Nightshade as the retreat alarm has been sound.
Oh, that is unfortunate. I mean, super heads-up play coming out from Blitzy. He gets killed, but at a terrible time, which allows him to just immediately rotate from base to that second Fang, allowing him to create that glacial charge wall that actually locked Nova away from his team. They effectively removed Team Nightshade's carry from the fight, and the rest was history, leading to a first Fang now on the board for H2O, equalizing the Fang objectives, at least across the map. But meanwhile, hold that thought, legit, it's a hook here on Terror, but the Reversal of Fortune and the Blink come out. He is going to be just fine, but all while this disaster has been happening from the objective side for Nightshade, they have been claiming some net worth for themselves on the off-lane side of the map. Blue Monster utilized the remaining pieces of that mini prime buff to shove not just the tier 1, but also the tier 2 tower from H2O, so they are hurting in that off lane, and that inhibitor is now ripe for the picking if they leave this lane alone.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking to take that second mini prime once it comes up and maybe press the issue a little bit more and already, knock on the doors of the base. Also, some trade there in the terms of the mid 1 tower has gone down here for the side of Nightshade. We know how crucial that tower has been. But ladies and gentlemen, the can of worms has been cracked. We are now opening it up here as we enter the mid game now, as kills are coming on the board. Objectives are coming online as well. Some of the vision here, Doc, I think is pretty crucial for both sides as we have some good wards around the map.
This is an incredible game right now. I mean, the scoreboard is 2-1 and is 15 minutes into the game. Hold that thought, because Naps is Ranting Gamer's charging at Naps. He kind of wants something to happen, but I think he's just going to be happy with shoving him out of lane. But let's see.
I don't know, the Dreadnought and the Crystal, the Particle Shredder now shredding the Gladiator. Can he get out of this?
What?
No! Naps, that's just way too strong here with the Combustion online.
I don't know what Ranting Gamer was thinking there. It seemed like he thought he had backup. Is Nova going to be able to hit a Long Arm of the Law on Thor? Yes! Nails it.
Well done here. Got him in his sights, and now Naps making a rotation. Oh my god! Absolutely deleted is the Twin Blast from the map. A huge kill there for the side of Naps.
This all while this duel over here in the duo lane was happening, which is going to result in this tier 1 tower going down. On the flip side, over in that off lane, Blitzy went down to a gank from Legit on the Richter and Blue Monster. Blue Monster did secure that kill, so it looks like Nightshade has kind of hit the next gear. They are feeling themselves. They hit those timings that you were talking about. They kind of they're recognizing their power spikes, especially with Argus and that combustion. I don't know what Ranting Gamer was thinking in the mid lane. It felt like he thought he had reinforcements, but Terry Terror had recalled back to base and was not near him at any point. So I don't really know what that was about. So they need to take a deep breath, reset, think about, the choices that they're making, and start to make better choices.
Yeah, and MOBAs it comes down to decision makings, right? Because it's all about how much time you are using to claim objectives, push things on the map, whatever it is. It's all of that efficiency across the map. And right now, Nightshade being the most efficient as they're making this rotation to the Orb Prime. With Naps as strong as he is right now at level 12 and 3 items online, I don't think they're going to want to contest this. Here's Blitzy just trying to get some health timers and a nice colossal blow to make sure the smite doesn't come through. The microwave dropped as well, but everyone's scattered to the wind, so there's nothing doing there. The Coliseum as well, and the Versal of Fortune just knocks a few people up, and it is Mama Joe the first to go down in the support battle, but Legit decides to claim the jungler for himself. A skewer onto 2 as well. This is just a madness in the pit here. Naps the Etho Crystal over the top. Can he try to get out? No, he cannot. Blitzy is the one who claims him. The Ice Queen showing who is dominant out there in the pit. The rest of the members get out, but at what cost?
It's still not over yet. It looks like Blitzy is still just bullying Legit. Blue Monster's at 1 HP. He is just bullying this mini prime buffed Richter, which is just an insane thought to me. I just don't understand. Blitzy must just have an insane grasp of really how strong his limits are as that Aurora without those buffs. Long Arm of the Law is going to hit Thor maybe, and maybe delay his back. No, it missed. He's still backing. No, maybe it delayed his back. I don't know. But that was that was a
chaotic fight there, Doc, for sure.
Yeah. That was an interesting fight, and it was a really great play. I mean, Blitzy is just playing out of his mind right now. He recognizes that Argus is very vulnerable to people getting on top of him, and Blitzy just made that entire fight about getting on top of Naps, keeping him from doing combustion Argus things. But Legit is going to hit a hook here in this hallway as they look for this third Fang.
Folks, the fighting is not over. I feel like the fight just ended and another one is beginning as they reset. It's like a bell dinging between the rounds of a boxing match. They're trying to pincer them here is the side of H2O, and they're doing a good job as they've kind of had them out 2 to 3. The Glacial Charge now separates them even more. They're looking at Blue Monster. They want to take this behemoth down, expending all the resources that they can to do so, but it is Naps who turns the tides and takes down the Ranting Gamer.
That was looking so good, that Glacial Charge coming out from Blitzy, blocking out 3 from the side of Nightshade to try to isolate Blue Monster, but unfortunately they were not able to clean and did end up losing Zarus. This should be a Fangtooth uncontested, the free hunt getting out to it, but Blitzy's not giving it away for free. We do not give objectives away. Cryoseism coming in, Legit is bullying him because he still has the mini prime, and Blitzy is going to actually go down from that. He tries to contest, he tries to punish them for getting that third Fang for free, but he's going to pay with his life.
Yeah, it was a good attempt there, spamming basically all the abilities in the book to try to lock some people down, but Naps, with excellent positioning, able to just put the particle accelerator or shredder into him, and he just got deleted immediately.
Yeah, after all of that, they not only get this second Fang for themselves, which is out-of-combat move speed across the board for the duration of this game, they also secure that Tier 1 tower middle. Looking at the CS, Nightshade does have a slight advantage by about 50 CS at about 20 minutes into the game, so they have a slight advantage in that regard. They obviously have an advantage in terms of Fangtooth and Mini Prime presence. Their kill participation is actually not as high as I was expecting compared to the side of H2O. They have 14 assists compared to the 8 assists coming out from H2O. But obviously they are up on the scoreboard 9-3, but the game is still very much within H2O's grasp because we have not seen this Twin Blast really come online yet. And we are at about that time point now where I'm expecting him to start showing up and start doing Twin Blast things because frankly, I don't even know who's playing Twin Blast right now because we haven't seen him in any of these engagements.
Yeah, Doc, it just seems that the H2O, they haven't been able to get the fight that they're looking for, right? They're always on the back foot of trying to get into the Fang Pit or, the last second steal, and there it is. It looks like we have Havoc there on the Twin Blast. But yeah, Doc, that's the thing, is that H2O just haven't hit the timings that they want because Nightshade is the one controlling the tempo here in this matchup. The one thing I do want to point out in terms of that item thing that we saw from the tab screen, 2 Razorbacks online here, one for the Richter, one for the Severog. So even if that Twin Blast is hitting, he's going to be taking a lot of damage because of it.
Yeah, part of that does come down to just having to be disciplined, right? If you have to, for 6 seconds, you have to just choose another target to shoot. Otherwise, you end up killing yourself. It does require discipline. It does require kind of understanding. Like if it's a full HP Richter, you probably just shouldn't be hitting it. But if he's a low HP Richter and he pops Razorback, okay, maybe you can and try to gamble with killing him sooner. But again, I'm sure Berserk Havoc knows what to do, but I'm going to be watching him because at this point in the game, this is very much, there's a lot of pressure on him to enter this game as that carry that they desperately need because Nova on the side of Nightshade, he's had a presence so far 22 minutes into the game. We've seen those long arm of the laws, even sniping Blitzy on that off lane. He might not have gotten the kills, but that threat presence has been there, whereas Twin Blast, I just haven't seen this guy. He does have Infernum. He does have Perforator. So he is going to be shredding this Richter and this Severog when he joins these fights.
I mean, it's called a carry for the reason, Doc. Sometimes, when your team is a little bit behind, such as H2O, you have to carry. You have to try to, do something right now. Ranting Gamer just protecting his jungle at all costs because they need that gold. They need that experience to get themselves back into this match.
And it does look like Nightshade and H2O have been posturing around this Orb Prime. I don't know if their intention is to do the Orb Prime, but if one of them gets a pick or multiple picks, they're absolutely going to be looking to transition into that first big Prime of the game, which will be really good for whoever secures it in terms of being able to secure tower pressure from the opponent. But Nightshade is up in terms of towers that they've taken across the board, so they have a massive net worth advantage coming into this engagement. Whenever this engagement breaks out, you can see the posturing around this tight space here by the mid lane. Blitzy might be in danger here. Legit just throwing hooks. He's going fishing. If he can hit just one big fish that isn't a big fish, as long as he doesn't hook Blitzy, then I think they have a great shot at winning a big team fight here.
And that's kind of what a Richter composition does. You want to take space, you want to wait for that hook to come out, but you have to be patient because sometimes the hook comes through, you miss it, and you're like, crap, we just got to go in anyway, as they're doing here now. Here comes the Coliseum drop, but a nice stasis crest there from the side of Naps to get him out. He repositions himself as well. The Cryoseism connects onto 2, and it is Legit who has to quit as he's going back to the spawn room doors, but it is Naps with the Synaptic Obliterator who claims Blitzy in the end. Blue Monster now on the retreat. He does find one, but gets taken down himself. Finally, Havoc, wreaking havoc in the backline, and he is not done yet. He's seen some low health targets. He does have Thor at his back here, the god of thunder himself. The long arm of the law just clips his little toesies there, but I think for now, Nightshade will decide to retreat.
I mean, that is what I wanted to see from Berserk Havoc on that Twin Blast. You saw there how confident he was feeling. Just having Thor on that level 9 Muriel standing behind him, pumping shields and attack speed and move speed into him, he felt confident enough to fight into Naps's Argus, Nova's Murdoch, and Mama Joe's Zinx. Like that is a testament to how strong he's feeling right now, being able to just proving that he can melt that Severog, melt that Richter. I mean, it was a 2-for-2 trade there. No team ends up getting the Orb Prime objective. So I consider that a win for H2O because they effectively don't allow that objective to go the way of Nightshade. And right now they're playing from behind. So whatever you could do to deny objectives from the opponent, is the best thing to do. But they're looking to just quickly burn this 4th Fangtooth of the game, which will be their 3rd Fangtooth, without H2O knowing, but Ranting Gamer is catching sight.
Yeah, he's trying to get some HP timers to say, okay, it's at 2,000, we gotta go, but it might just be too late, and it is. Will the fight break out? Blitzy just goes right into the skewer, he gets caught. The Tesla Dome now played on top, but everyone just kind of skirts around it. Everyone here for the side of H2O needs to run back to base to get a drink of water, because there's nothing else that they can do.
That is a devastating objective, and really a great call by whoever's making the shots for Nightshade, recognizing, hey, we just sent a couple people back. They're respawning on the side of H2O. We can quickly burn this objective down. We have Naps with the Argus who can just hold the machine gun forever at this point in the game right now. And they melted that Primal Fang, which doesn't just give them Primal Blaze, which is that pure damage tick that just absolutely melts team fights, but they also got their 3rd Fangtooth of the game on board, which means they now have bonuses to all offense and defense, and they leverage killing Blitzy into getting the first Orb Prime of the game, which is going to be going to 5 on the side of Nightshade, and they're going to be using this to just choke out the map from H2O. This is a game of just pure defense that H2O has to play at this point.
Yeah, they're going to be like a little turtle, kind of just, going into their shell, waiting for the opportune time to strike and hopefully get themselves back into this. But right now, I mean, Doc, on either side, you have 2 scaling heroes, right? The Sevrog can scale up, the Zarus can scale up. I don't think the Zarus has gotten a single stack. Maybe, I think, 1 early on, but that is it. And that's not what you want to see 27 minutes into the game.
No, Ranting Gamer has not been having the impact that we would like Azars to have, especially given the fact that they have that microwave combination online. And we've seen a couple microwaves, but it seems like every time they do it, the stasis followed by the blink comes out on whoever they seem to be targeting. They have jumped on Naps a couple times, and every time he has had blink or stasis or both, which kind of defeats that purpose, right? You need to do it on someone who doesn't have those cooldowns so you can actually get those stacks and start scaling. But Blitzy is going to look to maybe make something happen here. Not just a cheeky wall to kind of create some defense here at the tier 2 in the mid lane.
And Doc, this is all just a bait and switch because it's Blue Monster who's the one who's actually going to be putting the threat on the base there as he's already knocking at the door. The battle does rage out as they claim the tier 2 tower here. Blitzy, once again, he's caught out, tries to put the Hoarfrost in, but legit is just too tanky. The Glacial Charge has to come through to help him get out of dodge. The Obliteration does come through. Can they get him? The Colossal Blow under the tower to knock into the skewer. A huge combination play from the tanky boys, and it is Nova from downtown. The long arm of the law claims another victim, sending them to jail, and it's a Nightshade just firmly in the driver's seat here, Doc.
Yeah, Blitzy currently is kind of that only tank for H2O because Ranting Gamer is so far behind right now, and Zarus is more of like an assassin brawler type of hero, and as a result of being the only tanky boy in the game, Blitzy is just getting absolutely melted, and when he tries to run away, you have Synaptic Obliterator followed by Long Arm of the Law, and he doesn't get a chance to get away. There's a Coliseum coming down underneath of the core, but Nova is just ignoring everything and hitting the core, and he is going to secure this game against H2O. Definitive statement coming out from Nightshade on day 2 of PCC9. They are coming out saying, okay, today we'll play and use some stuns and some crowd control, and you guys don't stand a chance.
Yeah, looking very proficient here with a cleaner composition than what they broadcasted yesterday. Now moving to 3-2 in our Swish stages. So, and 2-0. Over their opposition H2O, so there might be some little like flame little trolls in there, being like, we got you for a second time there, friends. All fun and games here for the PCC9. A fantastic matchup there, Doc. It seemed like once it hit a certain timing, I believe it was like the 15-minute mark, the pedal was just pressed from Nightshade, and just darkness covered the map. There was nothing that H2O could do about it. My friends, we are going to be sending it back to our dog and the desk. It's HD Philly B and Dr. Shadow, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shadow and Philly B. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple Gs, and we're back with Lance Cecil and Mugiwawa, the geniuses at the desk, here to break down this game for you. Both of you favored Nightshade's team comp from the draft, but how did their draft allow them to secure Game 1?
So I think that they just picked the right pieces to it, right? You get the big beefy tanks in it, you got the Sevarog, you've got the Richter for it, and then everybody else just plays well around what is within that. Blue Monster got to the point where he was virtually unkillable. I'm sure Moogie's going to go into the Twin Blast build and how difficult it was going to be for Hard to Overcome to be able to take down a Sevarog as that later game as that late game started to happen, but they played their composition well, and I think there was a lack of execution on Hard to Overcome as well. They missed that first big colossal or the big Colosseum into the Reversal of Fortune into the Tesla Dome combo, and it's just they get harder and harder to execute the longer the game goes.
Yeah, I think Lens was kind of spot on here. I feel like when it comes to team fight, actually Hard to Overcome, like the more veteran team, actually win the team fight when everyone was there. But when it comes to the macro game, I feel like they were always late to the party, and that's how they get the first blood on the side of Nightshade, the first Fang Tooth, the first mini prime, how they get that primal. Like, it feels like Hard to Overcome weren't coming, but actually when they come, we see some good walls from the aura and all those things, but it's just that you have to be there to have a chance to fight, otherwise it's not gonna happen.
Really fantastic work by Nightshade. GG's. Just going over their roster and team names. That's Nova, Mama Joe, Legit, Naps, and Blue Monster for ya. They played cohesively and made their enemies easy to overcome. What else did we see from that first match?
Well, we saw momentum being gained by them. It's very important to win your first round game. There's only 4 rounds today. You have to win 2 to three and you qualify for sure. 2 and you're on that kind of edge of it. You want to get a first that first victory. You want to get as many points and as favorable of a spot as you can going into the deciding spots. So great start by Nightshade to make Lance's prediction of them making top 8 come true.
Yeah, and those two teams, like, they can probably be on the verge, and so they really need to pay attention to some fundamentals. And you were talking about the build, for instance. It's like, it's a MOBA, you have to adapt your build on what's happening in the game. Here, the Sevarog started to be like super big because he got like 2 towers, a tier 1, a tier 2, then the tier 1 in mid. So suddenly Sevarog is going to be a big issue. You look at your team comp, you only have a gadget and a Twin Blast in terms of damage dealer. So your Twin Blast needs to be able to do something against it. If you go pen build, you at least need to go for Demolisher instead of Perforator to have any shot of dealing with this type of problem. And I feel like on the other side, it's also like the case. There was like some approximation. For instance, we see full Fire Blossom on the Sevarog instead of maybe going only for a Brimstone, and then we put a little bit of magical armor. We see how hard the early game was because this aura started to like kind of dominate. And so I feel like they have potential, especially on the side of Nightshade already winning that game. But there is still work to be done on the fundamentals to be able to start tickling maybe those top 5, top 6 teams.
That was game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we have game 2 exclamation point bracket. Will take you to a link that shows you the current standings as we go into round 2, especially if you want to know what happened to the other games behind the scenes. We'll be right back.
going to be go ahead and backing out. He does have those enhanced stats online right now because of the Prime. You can tell that they're looking for the Primal Weapon. He doesn't care at all. He's going to hit them with a big knock him up. Hit him with the stun.
Onto the core. They're looking to try to push this down and end this tournament right here, right now.
The big combo, the big damage coming out. They grab the members. Look at the health bars drop here as they find a huge combo and take the All Prime from even worse timing.
There's only one champion, and they're looking to walk away with the belt over their shoulder, hold it up high. You know, the champion gets the girls, the champion gets the gold, the champion gets the glory, and that's what they're looking for here.
Right now, even worse timing needs a defense that can stop a Titan from going through.
But Pablo's gonna get caught by Crazy Bull and just absolutely obliterated. Professors playing out of their damn minds today. 50 scrims, 20 days, 1 PCC championship for Professors, baby! West timing taking this call. They took out your reigning champions. The crown's on the floor. Pick it up, dust it off, put it back on your head. Because even worse timing are your 2-time PCC champions.
You have to put up the wall. You can't let them get this damage across. It has to be Morose. It has to be them. It has to be Man Q who is getting pushed back. They are starting to go one by one. Happy Picker with the kickoff. And it is going to be DLAB that are your PCC9 champions.
The crowning moments, semi-finals in PCC 6, semi-finals in PCC 7, change the name, change the logo, but never change the drive. The doctors are here, they're gonna take it all, and they are your PCC 8 grand champions.
Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I am joined by Mookie Wawa and Lance Cecil. We just watched Nightshade versus Hard to Overcome, with Nightshade coming out 1-0 in this Swiss stage. It is day 2 of the Swiss here at the PCC, and just a reminder for chat and those who are watching, exclamation point bracket tells you the current standings. Today we start with 16, but after today we're saying goodbye to 8 teams. As we get into this game number 2, oh my goodness, I can hardly contain how much excitement I have. It's going to be really good. One of the best matchups in terms of teams. Time and time again, we've looked forward to both of these teams versing each other. Round 2, we're showing you the Professors versus DLAB. That is Lakeinator, Appy, Toasty, Lauber, and now Conte as their jungler. And on the Professor side, they've got some new faces. That's Grady, Tekken, Survivor, Crazy Fool, and Bry. Lance and Moogie, what else do we know about these teams?
So, the thing that we know about these teams, DLAB did not have to play yesterday because we've been keeping track of PCC points the entire year building up to our event that's coming in December, PCC X, PCC 10. DLAB is currently the top of the mountain right now. They've got the most points. They were able to get a buy-through yesterday. We showed one game of Professors yesterday, and they looked very, very sharp. They look very good. This is a test, though. They have some new additions to their roster, right? True tested players, though. We've seen Bry in all of the PCCs. Bry's also competing in the Latin American tournaments, the Spanish-speaking tournaments and stuff. Grady and Tekken have been playing together forever. These guys are running into each other on teams in solo queue. They've been playing together for a really long time. They know each other very well, but this is the test. DLAB, there's really not a roster that has been around and as fundamentally together. That 4 core of DLAB have basically been around since the very first season of PCC, and this is going to be the measuring stick for Professors. Either we're going to be like, hey, Professors are back, they're one of the top teams, we need to look out for them, they might be able to win this tournament, or we're going to see some things they need to work on as they get tested against DLAB.
Yeah, and that's really like you said it. DLAB unfortunately didn't get to play a game so far because the first match was against Reckless because they were seed 1 and it was a forfeit. So DLAB is kind of cold as well. Like they need to warm up for the tournament. Well, Professor already played 5 matches and already won all 5 of them. So they're on the momentum track. But also, I think there is like a story point in that regard. Is like Grati used to be the jungler for DLAB, and DLAB is still like trying to find this missing link. Previous tournament it was import. Here they decided to bring Conte, and I think there is maybe a little bit of beef there. Like Grati finally managed to go into a top team, Professors, and to be honest, I felt like Grati, maybe like in the early PCC, he was a little bit lacking, but he put in the work, like he played like crazy. I know every time I watch him play ranked, I feel like it's super square, it's super straight. He's playing very well, very intelligent, very smart, and he really like put up the work. Like in the All-Star event, Grati impressed me the most, to be honest. When he played, he was like at top level. And so I'm curious to see what the new Grati is gonna do against his old teammate in a sense, and see if like they were right to kind of try to fit with someone else, that they still haven't found the perfect fit, or if like Grati will prove them wrong.
I am so excited for this match. Both of these teams are previous PCC champions as well. It's kind of like, this is like kind of like a grand finals in itself right now, but this is just the Swiss stage. Mugi, you were talking about Grati being on the jungle, but Conte, he is the new jungler for DLAB, and looking at the roster and what kind of heroes he likes to play Aurora, and we've seen what he's capable of based on what he's done from Fang Booth as well as in the Nations League. So Conte, very promising player. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's how he's going to mesh well and play with DLAB, because the rest of the team, they've already developed their own chemistry.
I agree, but for me, if we're watching Professors and we're watching Dirty Lake and the boys, there is one lane that needs to be the focus, and you all know what it is. It is that duo lane. Lakeinator and Toasty, PCC champions, taking on Crazy Fool and Survivor, PCC champions. These are like the true oldest remaining duo lanes that we really have that have stayed consistent in Predecessor. You know, Nefta switched supports a couple of times. Zihi went from Cole to Cure. So like, this is kind of that like rock solid foundation of the two most consistent, most true tested duo lanes. And every time Lake and Toasty get to play Survivor and Crazy Fool, I love watching it, because I'm going to say it now. I'm sorry to the guys. The supports just hard carry these lanes. So shout out Toasty and Crazy Fool.
Yeah, and when it comes to the duo lane, I feel like both Lakeinator and Survivor are very important pieces to win the mid and late game for those teams. Like Lakeinator most of the time, and Survivor as well, they're not shining that crazy during the laning phase because they're kind of farming well, but when it comes to team fight later on, like even if those guys are 0-4 when they get out of laning phase, they end up the game 16-4. So you can never count them out. Coming back a little bit on the Conte question here, I feel like it's interesting because Conte, I feel like when he's on Aura, it's like a triple S character. Like he's so good on the pick. Like I think he's the best Aura in the world, and on the rest of the jungle cast he's still like pretty proficient, but I feel like he's not like as crazy good as he's on Aura. But at the same time, in DLAB, like usually when a character is so good on a specific champion, you just ban it. But we also have Lobber Sevarog, and I feel like these kind of limit the option for the enemy team. At some point you cannot ban like the OTP in a sense of that are so good because you only have one ban.
That's definitely one of the lanes to watch out for. Basically every single matchups going into this game too, you're looking at the duo lane, we're looking at the off lane. That's going to be Lobber, who enjoys Sevarog and heroes like Aurora and Kwang, seeing what he's capable of against Tekken Kid, who enjoys heroes like Crunch, for example. But we're entering this tank meta. We're going to be seeing how both of these teams are going to be playing against each other. I am looking forward to it, but we haven't talked about the mid lane yet. That's going to be Appy versus Bry.
Oh, and you know how me and R-Dog love our NA West mid laners. Appy Picker, showing up every time he comes into this, and we already talked about Bry, all of the different experience he has and all of the different competitions he's doing, not only participating in the North American ones, but doing all of the Spanish-speaking tournaments as well. So I think that this mid lane matchup is going to be pretty important too. We've seen the priority on picks like Gadget and Argus so far early today and in yesterday too. We know how good both of these players are on those particular heroes. Bry also has that pocket Iggy in him, one of the best Iggy's I've ever had to lane against. So not an easy matchup for either of these two in it, as like we said, there's a reason we're showing Professors versus DLAB every single lane, top to bottom, even in the jungle. This is a Clash of Titans.
Yeah, Clash of Titan indeed. And I feel like there is a slight difference when it comes to the player style. I feel like when I think about Bry, when it comes to a tournament, I think of one or two pick. Like Bry kind of loves to go into those tournaments thinking like, okay, this mid laner is kind of the best. We have seen in the past, he thought it was Iggy. And on those characters, he's absolutely a monster. While Happy Picker, I feel like he has evolved into a player that loves to have like a wide hero pool, which I think is needed because you have some players like Conte and Lauber that we're talking that can already, like even Laconator sometimes like take a lot of focus to get that Drongo in previous tournament. So at some point you need someone to be flexible in your roster, otherwise you limit your option when it comes to draft. And so I think maybe on the side of Professor, draft can favorize Bry while we keep Happy Picker for the later stage because he's like a little bit more flexible and opening more his hero pool when it comes to it.
And speaking of the draft, Mugi, it is ready. This is game number 2 here at the Swiss. What DLAB's got the first ban here? Are you going to be banning Crazy Fool's Richter, or will they be? Oh, that's the Gadget first ban from DLAB.
And I like seeing that. Actually, I do think that you can afford. I can't believe the words are coming. I think you can afford to give Crazy Fool Richter because of the other strengths that DLAB has. Toasty has a lot of heroes that play very well into that Richter, and there's a lot of ways to get around that as well. Don't be surprised to see them like maybe pick up a counter Terra if that is the case. But for Professors, there are a couple of options here. Aurora for sure goes off, and I was curious if they were going to go Aurora or if they were going to go Sevrog, because the pick is coming. And Mugi, do you expect it to be the Sevrog?
I don't know. To be honest, it could be, but at the same time, we know that Tekken Kid loves Crunch, and so suddenly you will have, if you Sevrog against Crunch, you will need to invest a lot of your jungle time in the offlane to kind of let this Sevrog be able to pass the level 6 to be able to flourish. But I love the Gadget because DLAB is a team that is not scared of any pick in general, and so they really target the enemy team. They do that on all of their draft, and here we see the Sevrog being locked in. And as we were talking about, Bry loves usually to have like a pick that he really prioritizes, and Professor loves to create like strategy around like kind of the way they want to play. And removing that Gadget forces them to already experiment, and at the same time, we don't ban tanks. And DLAB is like, we're the #1 team when it comes to tank meta. We always played like tanks, even when it wasn't tank meta. Lauber is probably the best tank player in the world, and so like go for it. And we remove Gadget that can be a tank shredder, so doing go well for them so far.
That's going to be that Sevrog in Lauber's hands, a very dangerous hero to play against for the Professors. But as a response, they're going to be picking up the Terra as well as the Zinx.
Right, and there is that hard counter to that Sevrog. Can't be Colossal Blown. You can stick to the Sevrog like crazy. Can't be subjugated. Able to just stay with it if that does go into Tekken Kid's hands, into the offlane. I do kind of expect that from them here. But this next rotation from DLAB is really going to reveal what they're trying to do with their composition, how they're going to play around the Sevrog. They're going to get the Zars, they're going to get the Decker, they're going to get 2 walls, 2 forms of crowd control that Terra isn't immune to.
And I was curious to see, like, of course, we imagine Sevrog on Lauber, but I also know that Conte were practicing the Sevrog because he played with Moros, and Moros doesn't play Sevrog offlane, so someone has to play it in the team, so he was practicing it. But with these Zarus being picked here, I think it's gonna be on Conte. You also like have a pretty proficient Zarus, and of course we want to leave the Sevrog on Lauber. Decker being secured can be very strong into the Zinx, can match the aggression very well, and also suddenly you create like, you need a Decker can be a second initiator, and you already have first initiation with the Zarus and the Sevrog, so this is in this type of situation that the Decker can really shine. On the other side, we're gonna secure the steal. So already a front line, pretty beefy front line with the steal and the Terra. And Grazzi has been loving playing steal jungle a lot, and I have been showing a lot of success with it.
Going back to what you said, Lance, you were kind of thinking about how Crazy Fool, how he pilots that Richter so well, but Richter's not on that board. They're actually going for that Zinx, which is probably going to be in Crazy Fool's hands, and they're going to be taking away that Argus. Already, we're seeing a lot of CC coming out from the Professor's team comp. You're looking at their draft, you got the Steel, Shield Slam, you got the Slow, as well as the Stun from the Zinx, but Terra, being that CC monster, you can either flex her into the offlane role or in the jungle role, and as a response, you've got DLAB banning out the Iggy.
I'm not totally convinced that this is going to be Crazy Fool on this Zinx here. I know that there have been whisperings and some secrets about a little bit of damage with the Zinx mid, and the Richter is still available to them. I would be kind of surprised if they did that and didn't just decide to put Bry onto more of a traditional mage. But with that being pinched the way that it has been with the Gadget, the Iggy, and the Argus all banned already, it looks like they might save it until the very last pick to reveal it, as they're going to pick that Drongo up and put it on Survivor.
And I wonder if it was the master plan all along, like your tolling lens, that this thing's supposed to go mid lane. Personally, I think it's not good, because you sacrifice so much pressure for the early mid game. To get like in the late game it becomes strong, but losing all pressure in mid lane, I feel like it's too important, because there is 2 objectives next to the mid lane, so you can really afford that. But maybe their idea was to ban the Argus, so we can apply a lot of pressure on Happy Picker, and DLAB said like, I don't care. The hero pool of Happy Picker is super deep, so we ban the Iggy, targeting once again Bry, and we'll round up the draft with a Twin Blast and a Fae. Pretty well-rounded comp. Once again here, you can get Reclamation on Zinx, but you cannot do a Reclamation against a Colossal Blow, against a Fly Trap, against a Rift Walker, Ion Strike combo. There is a lot of wombo combo that can all be interchangeable, and you can like start them from like different plays, which is a very fluid team comp, and not really like, oh, we only have one combo available. So that's not easy to play against.
We talked a lot about the crowd control from the Professors, but DLAB, they've got crowd control of their own, but they're locking in the Belica as that last pick. What do we think, and how do we feel about these drafts from both sides?
I think I prefer DLAB's draft pretty heavily right now. I do know that Terra and Steel can be real big menaces. I know it's just going to take Bry a little bit more time to get online with that Belica pick here, and I'm excited to see Happy Picker on Fae. I'm really glad Fae has came back into the meta. We had really seen an absence of her for a really long time, so excited to see some big fly traps. We saw a massive one in the last game of Swiss on day 1 yesterday.
I have to admit, I don't know which side to pick, because it happens a lot, but I feel like both teams at the top level, but I feel like both teams kind of have what they're looking for. When I look at DLAB draft, it's a DLAB draft. We're gonna sit, farm, make the game impossible to finish for the enemy team, and then we're gonna win the late game. Well, on the side of Professors, when you look at the picks, Drongo, Belica, Steel, Terra, the mid game is actually super duper scary, and they can start like taking advantage of that to try to snowball the game out of control. So I feel like Professor is gonna dominate the early mid game, but then it's, can they actually break DLAB? Because DLAB is a team that can sustain, even if they lose 3 inhibitors, they will still be in the game, and they can manage to come back at the end.
I especially love this Lieutenant Belica pick. For those that know me, she is my most favorite hero in the game right now. But this is game 2. Professors versus Dirty Lake and the boys. Get your predictions in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's throw it over to TJ DJ and Woofy.
A legendary combination has reoccurred here, as Woofy DJ here is together with the one and only TJ DJ, my first ever casting partner back in 2018. How are you doing, man?
Hey, I mean, we gotta have the power duo back for at least one game. Feels like, hey, for one night only, TJ and Wolfie are back on the casting desk together here. So, you know, this is gonna be a great game. And honestly, DLAB versus Professors, man, it feels like a show match. And we're all only just in day 2 of the Swiss, so I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's incredible with these two teams that has such a deep history in their pockets for the PCC events. They've pretty much been here since PCC number 1. And of course, Professors does have a championship in the belt, but can they pull it off once again? Despite being against here in the Swiss stage, DLAB, who now has Conte as a jungler.
Well, both of these teams, as you say, you know, Professors have a PCC crown. So do DLAB as well. DLAB have made it to, I believe, our last 3 PCC Grand Finals in some way, shape, or form, whether they're called the Villains or Dirty Lake and the Boys. So there's a lot of experience here, there's a lot of pedigree, and these are definitely 2 of the top tier teams we have. Professors have made changes, of course. You know, the desk talks about it, bringing in Tekken Kid, Gratty, and Bry. We saw them play yesterday as well, and they were looking pretty good, undefeated in the Swiss stage as well. So I am definitely agreeing with the sentiment that this is going to be a test for them as well. To go up against one of the top teams that we have in the scene, Desert the Boys definitely want to be back in that grand final spot, and honestly, they definitely want to get a bit of revenge, as they've been, you know, they've not been able to take the crown in their last couple of attempts. And hey, TJ's on the desk, so we're back to our casting cameras again. Hello.
Yes, we are. Hi. And also I have a bit of PTSD when it comes to Abby Picker, but that's only because of the All-Star event, but that is trauma for another time. Despite this, I actually see that the main threat, the red threat in all of this, is that both of these teams have pretty much the same composition, the same players, except for their junglers that they have rotated around with. And I think that is really the headlight, or the headline of this, is to see which jungle replacement turned out better for which team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Professors have rotated that jungle role out a couple of times, so have DLAB, as alluding to, both of them not really finding that natural fit for them. So definitely one of the matchups that we do need to look out for. Gratty, of course, has been putting in so much work. There's already synergy with Tekken Kid, as Mugi was saying on the desk. And then over on the other side, no, Conte, one of these EU junglers who came kind of out of nowhere from Overprime, went into the scene, immediately got picked up by the top team in EU, Team Immune, and just been dominating in that role here. So let's see how he shapes up here in North America as well. So that's definitely one of the highlight matchups for sure here.
And we cannot forget that we do have over on the off lane the legend themselves. It is Lauber, who we have seen so many times pull off this Sevarog. It's literally the Lauber pick when it comes down to it. And if he's gonna survive against the pressure that is being provided by Conte, he's gonna have such an easy game looking forward against Professors.
Yeah, Lauber is going to be feeling good about this. Dead's Naked the Boys just taking out Sevarog, first pick in the rotation as well. I believe Sevarog in the Swiss is basically nigh undefeated, honestly. Like, has came out of the laning phase looking so good. Has had a little bit of jungler help along the way, but just seems very good into a lot of these matchups. And then this Sevarog, but as soon as we get out of the laning phase, seeing the team fight coming along, seeing the setup, and just seeing the huge beefy front line that the Professors are going to have to try and break through as well. Lauber on this pick is pretty terrifying. It is by far his most known pick as well. So Tekken Kid is going to have his work cut out. He's on the Terra. I believe it was Lance said on the desk, you know, how this Terra can deal with the Sevarog. You know, just pops that ultimate, able to avoid the walk through, the ultimate walk through the subjugate here, but it's just getting to that point.
Yeah, and Tekken Kid is not usually known for being the Terra player, but we have seen Tekken Kid pull it off immaculately multiple times since Terra's release. So it's a very exciting matchup going on there. But here in the mid lane, there's a bit of boxing back and forth between Appy Picker and Bry, where actually a few amounts of shots connected to Bry, but in return, Appy Picker is very low. I do not believe he should be staying on this lane much longer.
Happy Picker's definitely playing with fire here on that Fabe. He does have that blink, but of course he definitely does not want to expend it at this early point in the game, especially with this steal in the jungle as well for the Professors, piloted by Gratty. That Fae is almost an auto gank off cooldown when that blink is, as I said, off cooldown. But for now, Happy Picker's going to play this one safe, have a steal with that Lieutenant Bellica. R-Dog with Triple G, very, very happy, as she said on the desk as well, to see the Bellica. But it's a very short range mage. Really has to get up in your face to use that Seismic Assault, use that Void Bomb combination. Of course, you have got the Nora Destructor, the funny button to immediately delete someone who has got that low mana. So there's definitely value here for the Bellica. It's really up to how Bright is going to pilot this pick and how they're going to use it when we get out of this laning phase. Because I think the team fights for both of these compositions really seals the deal here.
Yeah, the early game will definitely be a bit of a slow roll so far, but as you said, as soon as those level 6s come online, that is where the fight will begin. Gratty right here de-warding a little bit to make sure that his side of the jungle is safe here in the dual lane side. And it seems that the Lauber just got away with the Cyan buff. Second Kid trying to see if he can get there in time and stop it. No, it actually just spawned, so no contest there unless he has something to say about it. Else, that's just gonna go into the pockets of Professors.
Second Kid does have to be careful looking at that mini-map. Getting the first gank from Conte on the Zarus. The Blast Flower is going to be used. Blink is going to be burnt as well. But that's an important resource burned here. I'm expecting Conte to return gank immediately when he is able to, when he returns back to that scene.
And right now we do see Gratty coming in from the jungle, engaging with the bull rush right on to Lauber. He's getting low, he has to feint and rush out of the way, but there's multiple chances of a blink being pulled, and Gratty almost gets him. Sadly though, it was to no avail, but still good control from the Professor's side.
It's a battle of resources, man. That's going to be all of that's 3 blinks burned, as I'm seeing Conte still has that gold pip available on his portrait in the top right corner here. So now solo lane's going to be very difficult, but in the mid lane, no, Seismic Assault and another blink. Crazy Fall blinks after, and Crazy Fall's going to get a solo kill in the mid lane. First blood going away to Professors.
What a brilliant execution from Crazy Fool. He knows the power of Zinx. Just going right in there and not being afraid of actually diving and pushing an advantage. Once Happy Picker was too low, it was just a matter of time before he engaged, and he would indeed. Beautiful first blood going on, and here in the dual lane, it is going to be a little bit of an interesting subject here that I want to pick your brain about. The combination of Zinx and Twin Blast versus the Drungo. Oh, never mind. Hold that thought. He's getting caught inside a containment fence, and Crazy Fool will lose his life to Lakinator as Conte rotates over. I was about to give you a question of which of these lanes are the strongest, but there is a kill for the side of DLAB and a disconnect for the side of Professors.
Yeah, that disconnect is going to be unfortunate. Hopefully, that's going to be Bry DCing. Hopefully, he's going to be coming back as soon as possible as well. Professor's going to have to take their foot off the pedal here and really slow this game down just whilst they wait for Bry to return to the game. Looks like we're a little bit too far for any form of restarts to occur. Happy Picker just trying to hover around his right-hand side. Second Kid might be careful, but with the level 6, with that Unstoppable available, he should be fine.
Well, it does look to be a Highland Hurl connecting onto Happy Picker. Tekken Kid wants to take this fight. The Flight Trap is wasted on Tekken Kid, and he can just move out of the way. But here's Lauber as well as Gratty to open up this party. Happy Picker does manage to get a hold onto Tekken Kid, but the Bull Rush and the Colossal Blow in sequence make sure that this situation is a little bit more even, and Happy Picker can survive another day.
Survives another day, gets the kill on towards Tekken Kid as well. And with burning that ultimate as well, wasn't really much that Tekken Kid was able to do to escape from that one. Blink already had been burned in a previous engage, had to try and walk out, but the range coming through from Happy Picker with that Harvest Nettles, able to just get the kill just before Tekken Kid was able to escape, and it wasn't really much Gratty could do there. He's a very it was a very odd sequence of events on that right-hand side. I mean, Dedicated Boy is definitely going to be the happier, but Professor's got something to be happy about as well. Bright is back on the board, but already Happy Picker has already punished that DC with the rotation here. So up to see how the Professors want to respond in kind.
It's a little bit unfortunate for the Professor's side, but we do know that Bry knows the farming game and the laning phase. Abby Picker trying to rotate a bit around and see if he can get something out there before he returns, but it's only just going to be for scouting measures. Lauber is getting engaged on by Tekken Kid and Grady as well. They're going to try to see if they can take down this Goliath of a hero. Grady bull rushing away, trying to connect, and with the shield slam as well, it's too little too late to answer. Lauber will fall to Tekken Kid and Grady.
It's what I was expecting. Just punish the Sevarog. Or just punish any of these solo laners for not having Blink. There's now 2 plays on the right-hand side that have been a direct result of them not having their Blink up to escape as well. But I do like the response coming out here from Dirty Lake and the boys. Gratty, if you gank on the right-hand side, your jungler's there. You're going to get the mini prime. We will immediately transition, pick up that Fang 2 for ourselves. It's going to be a classic trade of the neutral objectives here, as this game still feels relatively even, honestly. Like, neither team really finding a convincing lead or convincing stomp here, but honestly there's a lot of go buttons. There's a lot of way for this game to open up, as now as we're seeing ultimate starting to come online, players starting to group up, especially in towards that red side jungle to try and take away this 5 camp.
They're trying to take as much as they can get. The DLAB squad is ready to mingle, and they have everything available to them, so they can do whatever they want, as they know the positions aren't in order for the side of the Professors. And this is one of those dangerous moments, as you said, the ultimate's online. There's one ultimate that is not online, and that is Crazy Fool's Neural Regenesis. A really good tool to survive and engage, or for that matter, prolong a fight. So I'm actually a little bit worried for the Professors right now, as they're lacking a very essential tool of their game plan.
They are lacking a tool right now, but when you look at the state of the map, both neutrals have been taken. There's not really a mini wave in position to really amount much of a siege here for the Professors. That disconnect from Brian means they have had to slow down the pace a little bit here. So Crazy Fool not having an ultimate is not the end of the world. You can see he's only just ticked up to that ultimate, so he will have it here. And he is going to not really be able to be punished either on the side here. But you can see with Desik and the boys, their duo lane, Toasty and Lakeinator, Twin Blast and Decker, an iconic combination for both of them as well. Really starting to put a bit of pressure on this left-hand side. Conte also being here in the blue side jungle. Survivor and Crazy Fool might have to be careful. That Neurogenesis might have to come in clutch sooner than we think.
Yeah, right now they are within their own tower. They're getting pushed up against the wall, and they do know that they can't push too far forward because they don't have the vision necessary. They do know that Conte is here now. Will it be a successful Coliseum? We'll have to wait and see. Survivor trying to chase out Conte to make sure that he doesn't push his advantage. And Grady moving over just as well will just make a reset happen. But here we go. The stasis bomb is going to connect onto Grady and Survivor just to make sure that they know their presence.
If anything, it's just equalizing here. Grady showing face, doesn't have to do anything crazy. Throws down that shield wall. Is just really making Dirty Lake and the boys know that they can't attempt anything audacious on that left-hand side. They still have the pressure on the left-hand side as well. Maybe there's an avenue for a gank on towards that mid lane, on towards Appy Picker. Grady kind of moving between the lanes, but hold up, Conte's here, right-hand side.
The pressure is there. Tekken Kid is getting low and lower, and the Spear of Nier seals the deal. Conte getting a hold onto Tekken Kid here in the off lane. But most likely, despite this situation, this is one of the most even fights we've had so far in PCC9.
Both teams just really pushing their different pieces across the board. Feels a lot like a chess game at the moment. Just a push here, rotation here as well. With a response, a bit of a sacrifice as well. Trading blow for blow here. Desik the boys pulling ahead only in the kill department really here, as I'm just looking across the levels as well. You can see that they have got a small XP gain as well. There's a level lead in solo lane for Law, but there's a level lead in the jungle, level lead in the mid lane as well, and there's dual lane. Toasty and Lakeinator have just been keeping Survivor and Crazy Fool under their thumb throughout the last 12 minutes as well, so there is a lead here, but Dirty Lake and the boys are not able to really leverage it too much here. As I said, I'm expecting that to really open up when these solo laners start to rotate over, when these neutral objectives come back up. We're probably only about 2 minutes away from the next Fangtooth mini prime cycle appearing here, and that's where I'm expecting things to start getting spicy.
The fights within those pits are essential to the mid game, and we do want to see some action commencing.
Speaking of said action, Conte trying to push up into the enemy jungle, but Grady was there to say hello. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. And he has to turn face. Sadly, though, he keeps it up, and Grady is ready for the fight with a bull rush, keeping Conte away from his side. Oh, wait a minute. Bri is actually getting engaged on here by Toasty and Abby Picker. There is not a lot of HP to be had. And with those bramble patches, it's not a good situation for him. But here's Grady with the shield slam. Gonna connect right onto Abby Picker. He has to blink out of the way. And in the mid lane, Toasty's getting lower and lower. Crazy Fool trying to keep pursuit. But at the end of the day, it's just gonna be a reset. No losses.
Ooh, very, very tense sequence of events there around the mid lane. Neither mid lane are falling though, but both of them utilizing their blink as well. That could be very dangerous for either team to really punish here, because neither of these mid laners have that inherent dash or have that inherent mobility within their kits to get away, so they're going to have to position very carefully here. Conte looks like he's already started up the Fangtooth for Dirty Lake and the boys, getting to this objective first. There will be a response here by the side of the Professors. 4 members starting to rotate over. Could be the first team fight of the game here.
The Fangtooth has fallen, and that is the second one in the bag of DLAB, adding some out-of-combat movement speed to their entire squad. No contest was happening there, as... let's just be honest, the Professors was a little bit too late to the party, so people had gone home and they were treating their upcoming hangovers, you know?
A little bit late to the party, certainly, but they're probably only about 5 seconds away from really contesting that. So I do like Conte just having that confidence to step up and say, right, we are starting this Fangtooth, we are feeling confident here, and being rewarded with that take as well. Mini Prime not taken, Colosseum mid lane.
The damage is more than enough, and with that fly trap on top of the Colosseum, that's just gonna be another stack for Conte. And once again, DLAB just showing up and being aggressive is helping them so much right now against the Professors. Conte looks to see if he can get over to this dual lane and keep the pressure going. Legionator firing off the Ventilate to keep them at a distance. But they do know that Conte is nearby. The Spear of Nier is not really going to hit anything, but that doesn't matter because he is here to enter this fight. Oh my god, the bad medicine and, of course, the rat rounds will be more than enough to take down Conte. The push is on, and Survivor was the winning man of this bet.
Oh, but in that right-hand side, looks like we've got a solo kill. Lorba puts Tekken Kid on the board on the right-hand side, but the play is still not over on that left-hand side. Looks like Gratty is in between both of these towers, forcing out this dual lane. Legionator is trying to kite out as best he can. Gratty taking a chunk, able to retreat through the red side jungle, but I believe, tier 1 tower right-hand side taken, not being responded on the left-hand side either, but with the health bars the way they are, Legionator and Toasty might have done enough to keep hold of their tier 1 tower for now.
This is one of those moments, TJ, where I'm a little bit worried because it looks very even, but of course when you see the both sides junglers rotate so efficiently, I'm just waiting for that slip up, that banana peel on the floor. But we'll see how that unfolds. DLAB going right after this Mini Prime, trying to get it most likely for Lauber, which will be the case. We have seen Lauber on this hero so many times. We know what he can do once he has that Orb Prime buff in his hands.
He's just going to make life an absolute misery for Tekken Kid on that right-hand side. Not only getting solo killed, losing his tier 1 tower, but now got to deal with a raid boss buffed up Sevarog as well. Just add insult to injury here. Very important to note as well here for Dirty Lake and the boys. What actually results as the biggest takeaway from that sequence of events, going from the Fangtooth being taken, then the play on the left-hand side, is that the Mini Prime was not traded by the Professors here. Dirty Lake and the boys able to grab both neutral objectives on the bounce as well, and also picking up that tower on the right-hand side. A lot going their way here. Of course, Conte probably did go a little bit too aggressive on the left-hand side, did not have the Colosseum, did not really have the fancy footwork like Survivor has to avoid that stasis bomb from Toasty as well. But Dirty Lake and the boys, they're able to just be a lot more confident in these engages because they have so easy setups as well. Utilizing that Decker, utilizing that containment defense, that's an ult coming out.
Well, that's just a full-on decimation of Crazy Fool there. Despite the infuse, despite the neural regenesis, it was literally not enough. The pressure was too much to handle, and Survivor together with I just feel that situation could have been avoided by just getting out, but maybe I'm just thinking out loud. And in this very case, they're getting pushed on all 3 lanes. The only one that is kind of pushed back is, of course, the off lane. But that's only because Tekken Kid had to. And right now, we have Conte once again going inside the jungle, and Abby Picker as well. The pressure is there. Grady has to get out of the way. He cannot stay here any longer.
I mean, the problem the professors have is they're just too short, they're just too close range. It's only really Gratty that has an easy, safe, reliable go-in tool. Those the boys have so many of them available throughout their composition, whether it is going to be Zara's Evade, Blink Colosseum, the Severog, Subjugate, Colossal Blow. You've also got Appy Picker that can throw that Fly Trap, Stasis Bomb, 3-pointer across court shots, causing problems as well. Professors, Seismic Assault has got to be in your face. That Ricochet as well, not the longest range. That Terror is a melee. The Highland Hurl, sure, but it's not consistent lockdown here. So the Professors really need to fight fights on their terms and try and catch out a member of Deslake and the boys like Appy Picker in this mid lane.
The engage from Grady is there with the shield slam, but the Epoch blocks off the CC, which is a horrible turnaround after the Colossal Blow and Coliseum combo. Are you kidding me? 4 out of 5 have fallen. Tekken Kid is the only one left. He has fallen in battle. All their members have been decimated. And once again, DLAB on top, going to take their 3rd Fangtooth.
They have fallen, they cannot get up because Dirt's Taking a Void put them so far in the dirt there with that combination. Lorber, Colossal blowing the backline into the rest of his team, and they just provide that damage. Conte chucking that Colosseum, keeping everyone in place. The double crazy cages with that containment fence. There's nowhere for the Professors to go except back to their spawn. That was a nasty combination, and that was Professors starting the fight. They thought they had the pick on towards Appy Picker. He was able to at least get into his jungle, but that seems to be the 5,000 IQ 4D chess play to bait the entire rest of the Professors in for Dead Snake and the boys to just take them out.
Yeah, it was kind of like, you know, those Tom and Jerry cartoons where Tom has like a mousetrap right in front of the door, but instead of being like Jerry and being smart, they just ran out and got clapped by it. And Lauber was so quick to react to the positioning, making a perfect rotation or a perfect situation for them to just combo their ults together. Just a beautiful execution once again by the DLAB squad. I mean, we know how well they play. They've been in every PCC so far, and they don't seem like stopping anytime soon.
They are one of our longest standing rosters, one of our most successful rosters as well for a reason here. Professors, of course, have been in the PCC so many times as well, but this is the new look Professors, and they have been looking so good in the Swiss so far. Undefeated up until this game here with Dirty Lake and the boys, but now probably for the first time we only saw game 1 of the Professors yesterday. We didn't see the rest of their games, but with how they've been able to take the wins, it wouldn't surprise me if Professors had been able to get a lead and just grow it in each of their games. Now they're on the back foot. Now this is where the questions need to be answered for the Professors about these newer pickups to the team. This is where in Predecessor, in competitive Predecessor as well, it can't be all sunshine and roses. You can't have everything going your way. Sometimes you really need to dig deep and try and find an opportunity where seemingly there's nothing there. Survivor getting picked off, not a good start, but fighting mid lane.
Abby Picker getting knocked up into the air by Grady's shield slam, and that's going to be another kill for Bry. Trying to get out of the way with the neurogenesis. He will be revived, but at what cost? Everyone is falling one by one to the DLAB squad. The Colosseum right on top is way too much insult to injury, and 4 out of 5 members of the Professors lose a seemingly winning fight.
Again, they're the ones that start the fight. They're the ones who think this fight is on their terms. But Dirty Lake and the boys, I don't know how many packs of Uno they've got, but they seem to have a no-you reverse card ready for any situation possible. Big turning points in that fight, though. Again, Lorber coming in, hit 3 with the Subjugate, 2 with the Colossal Blow, and immediately Dirty Lake and the boys pounce. Doesn't matter if that fight's at Fangtooth, doesn't matter if it's in the mid lane. It seems everything Dirty Lake and the boys have wanted in these team fights have gone their way here. And that's, or Prime being picked up is a just reward for themselves as well.
But we're also sitting in a situation where I just can't help but ask you, TJ, what kind of options do Professor have? Because let's be honest, the Professors have been locked down of every single fight they've tried to engage. What can they really do in this situation?
It is a very good question, honestly, and there's probably a reason why I'm not a shot caller for one of these PCC teams as well. It's tough. It is such a rough spot here for the Professors. You've had 2 back-to-back team fights not going your way. You might have to just hope for a bit of a miracle play here. Maybe Gratty can find value with that Shield Slam combining with maybe that Seismic Assault here. All eyes, possibly even more, as this game goes a little bit later on, going to be on Tekken Kid and also Survivor on this Stronger. They just have to turn up in these fights. I honestly think it's more on DLAB to fumble this rather than Professors to find an opportunity. Gratty might be caught out.
Second hit coming in from the jungle, trying to push forward with the unstoppable force. But there's a return, as per usual. Conte just outplaying once again. Get played, son. And they're just falling one by one to the powers of Dirty Lake and the boys. Lakeinator's damage is way too much to handle. There is a stun right on top with the stasis bomb. All their members have fallen except for one, and that's Gratty. That's on the back foot. He's on the retreat. He's in the fountain. So they're just gonna push these 2 inhibitors down. Most likely they have a chance to just take this game now. So the pressure is on Gratty to turn this around. No chance in the entire universe can you stop this pressure, and DLAB takes this game very evidently.
I don't think this was a game we were expecting to play out like this, right? When you look at the teams, Professors versus Dirty Lake and the boys, we're expecting this to be probably a lot more back and forward here. We're going to get some clean play. We're going to get some fundamentals as well. But Dirty Lake and the boys, holy, they look good in this game. They were able to just pull apart that Professor's team composition, and as soon as that ball got rolling, as soon as Dirty Lake and boys almost found their rhythm in the team fights, in the collapses, too much to handle. I mean, you saw what happened there with Gratty stepping forward, getting hit by the containment fence, having to back away. Tekken Kid flanks in, goes onto the bank line, but he is chucked. That's your frontline terror, basically made of paper at this point here, and got absolutely nuked by the damage dealers from the Dirty Lake and the boys squad. They close out the game, they close it out convincingly as well. These are the sort of games you want early in these sort of competitions as well. Statement games, statement matches, and that's certainly one for Dirty Lake and the boys.
Dirty Lake and the boys being stacked as per usual, and this time built a bit different as they are even stronger than before. We're going to send it back to our analyst desk to break down this game.
Thank you so much, Woofy and TJ DJ. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm back here with Lance and Mugiwawa. Bear with us as we get his video back online here. Holy Predecessor. Could that be like a little saying we have? Holy Predecessor. We just watched our second match between the Professors and Dirty Lake and the boys. These teams are on a whole nother level. All I gotta say was Canada and NA West represent. Lance and Mugi, help us make use of what happened in game number 2.
So I think really what you see there is just people that have been playing together, know what they are doing as a team, where they want to move to, versus a group of people that are still coming together. I think if we see this again in main event, we're going to get a more competitive matching between the two of them. That's 2 more weeks for Grady to learn to coordinate with his laners. That's them learning how they play with each other. It's everybody trying to kind of like come together and figure that out, where DLAB, like we mentioned, coming into the game already has a lot of that synergy. Hopefully Bright doesn't DC if they get a rematch against them as well, which I don't necessarily know change the outcome too much. Like somebody in Twitch chat said, I think it may have just sped that process up a little bit.
Yeah, and here we're just watching, in a sense, the best of the best. If we look at the stat, 18-5, at the end of the match, like DLAB were 43% CS more than Professors, but the real question is how do they get to the point? And because those teams, once they get a little bit of a lead, they know how to close out game to not leave any chance for the enemy team. And I think it comes from like mainly two things. Like one thing is in the early game, we got like a good gank onto Lauber and we secured a kill, and then we trade Fang Tooth for Mini Prime. But then the defense of DLAB against that Mini Prime that was on Tekken Kid, that could have allowed Tekken Kid to snowball, was perfect. First, as soon as the Mini Prime got secured, we sent two people, the Faye and the Zarus, to defend, forcing Tekken Kid to go back to base without it being able to push. And then when it was the timing to finally get the tower, Conte rotate at the perfect timing and they managed to kill Tekken Kid. So Mini Prime is gone. Very good defense. And then it was also, they abused perfectly their cooldowns. We see the fly trap being very impactful, the Coliseum very impactful, completely different to what we have seen in the previous round. And that's also like these little things, like because Bright DC suddenly his epoch is a little bit delayed, which means we can get an additional kill with the fly trap because he has no defense against it once the flash is down. And all those little things compound for a lead to the point that then they just have to swipe the game.
This game had us on the edge of our seats from beginning to end. A kill here, like what you said, Mugi, was a kill here, then a kill here, then a Fang Tooth here, and then the other team responds, taking the Mini Prime. We blinked, and then the whole Professor's team were sent to the Netherrealm. How else could have the Professors changed the outcome of Game 2? Could they have picked different team comp from the draft, or how else could that have gone differently?
So, I mean, Richter made it all of the way through picks and bans. Didn't even get looked at by anything. I would have liked to see Crazy Fool on that. We've seen them on the Enchanter supports, and it's not like he can't play them. But, you know, we've seen him just pick Richter and take a game over so many different times, and it feels like it's one of the only things that we usually really highlight with him as a player. And I don't want to shorten the depths of what his like abilities are, but I feel like if that hero's up, you just got to take it. You're, in my opinion, the best Richter in the world.
And I would keep pushing in that direction, not necessarily for the Richter, but I feel like a big portion of that match was toward the duo lane.
He's gone, but what he noticed and was pointing out to us during it is there was a 2v2 point in it where Lakeinator hit every single ability. Toasty hit all of his stuns. He can finish this up for me. Go ahead, Mugi.
Yeah, so I was saying, sorry, technical issue, I don't know, but yeah, I felt like Toasty and Lakeinator were the best duo lane in that match. They kind of dominated Survivor and Crazy Fool, and at that level, if your duo lane gets ahead, that means your carry cannot really can farm freely what the other carry cannot farm, and then suddenly when you transition those team fights, why people were disappearing, a big portion of it was because Lakeinator was super far ahead.
Both of those duo lanes have history with each other. The players, they've developed their chemistry for a long time, but DLAB, Toasty, and Lakeinator have been, friends since their own childhood. And it really shows how much chemistry they've developed over time and over the years. They definitely killed it. GG's to the Professors. But unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Mugi and Lance here at the desk. It was a pleasure to have you both here with me today.
Thanks for having me. I'll be back to cast the next game.
Thanks a lot for having me. Always a pleasure to enjoy some good event and Predecessor competition.
Thank you, chat, also for being here. If you like what you're seeing here at the PCC, please give us a follow, give us a subscription, find our Discord, subscribe to us on YouTube. We're on all of the social medias. We're a community-based tournament, and we don't get paid to be here in front of you guys. This is a lot of our work here. I hope you guys appreciate it, but we wouldn't be here without you all supporting us. This is day 2 of the Swiss stages here at the PCC. We'll be right back with game number 3.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back to the PCC. It's day 2 of the Swiss stages here, guys. We're entering round 3 of our matches today. We have 2 action-packed games left to spectate. Reminder yet again that exclamation point bracket will take you to the link that shows you the current standings in the tournament. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm here now joined by 2 new people, 2 fantastic people. Our cream of the crop, fantastic and phenomenal analyst, Bengal Mac, and now Dr. Shadow as well. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going great. I got to cast some amazing Predecessor earlier with Team Nightshade and H2O. I got to watch 2 just powerhouses just crush each other in game 2. Well, really, it was a one-sided game, but now I'm excited to get into what I hope to be two more just fantastic bangers.
Yeah, I'm excited for today again as well. Cannot wait to see what we got upcoming. Can't wait to break it down with you guys and talk about the winners and losers.
And speaking of that next game, our next game will be Rest and Relaxation versus the Doctors. Going over the rosters here real quick. R&R, that's Akram, Mercy, Maddie, Bartledew, and Plu. And over on the side of Doctors, boy, do we know them oh so well. We've got Simba now, we've got Mav, Sneaks, Zihi, as well as Cure. What else do we know about these 2 teams?
Yeah, the Rest and Relaxation team, we casted them yesterday. They put on a really good show early on. Really kind of a mix and mash of players, some of which have history together. I know their duo lane, Plu and Bartledew, have been playing together for years, not even just Predecessor, probably before Predecessor. Maddie is also, their mid laner is also one of their good friends, so they have some natural chemistry going between the middle and the duo lane. But Mercy is kind of the, I don't want to say star, but the focus, I think, at least from the game we observed yesterday. He is their jungler, and he was actually added to their roster 3 days before registration closed. So he's very new to meshing with this team, and he's a very strong jungler. And we saw glimmers of just really, really fantastic jungle gameplay in terms of objective securing and lane pressure. Unfortunately, the game didn't go their way yesterday, but we saw glimmers of what I hope that they're going to continue to grow on with Mercy in that jungle.
Yeah, definitely playing around Mercy is definitely going to be their win con. He's a very strong jungler in the game. Even though he recently just got added to the roster, he's still a focal point. That's how good that player is. But on the other side of things, with the Doctors, I mean, that is a demon lineup. I got the pleasure to play with Cure last night, and he is as advertised. He is, as my buddy Rudder would say, he is the GOAT. He is something scary on the duo lane.
They're also the previous champions of the PCC. So, will they be our first back-to-back champions? We've never had a back-to-back champion here at the PCC. In addition to that, looking at their roster, Simba is their new mid laner. So we don't have Seismic this time. He's got some big shoes to fill, as we know Seismic and Mav, who is the jungler for the Doctors. Both of them are previously known for their rotations and their synergy. And when you're watching the Doctors, they were known to cause chaos, and they just excel in controlling the game through skirmishes all over the map. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they will be playing up against Rest and Relaxation. As we wait for this draft, though, do you have any predictions on what the first ban will be coming out from Rest and Relaxation?
Ooh, I don't know. Okay, I was gonna gamble Sevarog, and yeah, there we go. Okay, I mean, it's actually interesting that they do that, because Mercy is also known for his Sevarog. He's he's one of the top Sevarog players that I'm aware of, coming out of the jungle at least. But Sneaks is also known for his Sevarog in the off lane. So it makes sense. We saw how strong Lauber Sevarog was in that last game that was broadcasted. This character is just an absolute monster. If he can get ahead and stay ahead with getting stacks, you just build into a tank and you still do infinity damage. He is just a very strong hero right now, and it's fantastic to see, because in previous patches we didn't have that opportunity. It looks like they are, from the side of Doctors, they are going to be banning out the Wraith. I believe this is targeted toward Maddie. Bengal might be able to correct me on that, but I'm fairly certain Maddie is a very proficient Wraith player, and having a Wraith in the mid lane in this current patch is a very it's very beneficial to teams in terms of instant wave clear at a certain point, the rotations, the poke damage, and also the viability. If your duo lane carry goes down, you have that backup in the mid lane, which is really a strong posture.
Yeah, that ban was definitely targeted towards Maddie. A lot of people refer to him as a one-trick a Wraith, but he's far from that. He's got a lot of heroes in his pool. So even though that Wraith is taken off the board, I'm still confident that he can put up a fight, if not win that lane. So we see Steel getting picked with the first pick. That's pretty stereotypical with the current tank meta we're in. I mean, he is a CC bot, and he will run you down and stare at you aggressively for Fire Blossom. And then Decker Zinx. So this was actually what I was interested in seeing. So I might be wrong here, but I believe that we're seeing the Simba breaking out the Zinx in the mid lane.
Oh.
Zinx in the mid lane. This is something we haven't seen in the PCC yet. Lance kind of touched on it, that maybe it was a possibility between that Professors and DLAB game, but I'm looking forward to seeing this. Bengal Mac, you mentioned that we're in this tank meta right now, so obviously Steel is a staple hero, but Rest and Relaxation, they're also going to be locking in Twin Blast and Aurora.
Yeah, the Twin Blast Aurora, I really like their 3 picks right now because there is a lot of flexibility with that Steel and with that Aurora. Both of those heroes, as you guys know, can be support heroes, they can be jungle heroes, and they can be offlane heroes. So right now it's a question of who's going to be playing which from what role. Twin Blast, very just safe, reliable carry. You know, he farms waves pretty easily. He does good damage. He does his job. He's a carry. He has self-peel. He's not as vulnerable as a Sparrow necessarily, or a Grim. But this Zinx is really, really interesting to me because not only could we see her in the mid lane with Simba, we could also see her as an ADC. I've been seeing some Decker Zinx duo lanes that are insanely oppressive. Just stuns on stuns on stuns on top of just insane damage output. So I'm a little concerned here coming out for Rest or R&R.
And we do see that the Drongo does get picked up and the Argus is going to be banned, so eliminating some of that CC that is on the board for Rest and Relaxation. So I'm excited to see Cure on the Drongo. I've been watching Simba play late at night, playing on the Zinx mid, so I'm super excited about this. But I'm interested to see kind of what they go with the last picks, what they prio. Richter is still on the board. I know they have that Decker, but they could probably go with something maybe like a Richter in the jungle, maybe Richter in the off lane. I mean, we saw how dominating that Richter can be in those lanes. For R&R, we still see no mid laner has been taken from them, so maybe would they go with like an Iggy? Maybe they go with a Gadget with how much CC they have. I'm kind of interested to see where they go with the rest of these.
The Doctors are definitely missing a beefy front line, which is, usually we see the tanks being prioritized when we've seen previous drafts here at the PCC, but Rest and Relaxation taking away the Zarus, that's going to be the Colosseum, one of the top 10 ultimates in the game, taken off the board here. But looking at the combinations, you're already seeing that you've got the Drongo Silence, the Zinx, the Slow, the Ion Strike from Decker, you've got the Cage, but at the same time, we were talking about big bodies, there's that Greystone.
Yeah, the Greystone, again, this is an interesting flexible pick. Could be jungle, could be offlane. I know that a lot of times when I've watched Mav play, he's on Rampage, and Rampage is still out there. We're still looking for, ideally, they would want another beefy frontliner to allow Drongo and Zinx, who are both essentially ADCs in this game for the Doctors right now. Having 2 frontliners will really allow them the opportunity to just pump out damage because they have all the control that they need really with Decker. I mean, she has 4 control spells, but yeah, there we see the answer to the Zinx coming out from R&R. It's going to be that Iggy and Scorch, my all-time favorite hero of all time. I love this hero. Super boring to play, but very effective and very efficient, and the aesthetic is just beautiful. I love that hero, man.
Yeah, Iggy is definitely a fun hero. It can be boring, but I tell you what, every time I play him, I feel like I AFK, but I always end up with most damage because, man, those turrets, that tick damage, it does so much. I'm really liking the draft out of Rest and Relaxation here. A lot of being able to kind of team fight, CC them, and if they can play around the Iggy turrets, it's going to do so much damage and that healing. I really like the team draft. I'm not a big fan of the Greystone pickup with how much CC Rest and Relaxation is, so I'm curious to see if there's going to be a couple opportunities where Greystone is going to have that R button that brings him back to life essentially, and he can't quite get it off because of how much CC they have. So I'm liking the draft on the side of things of Rest and Relaxation.
How dare you guys, first of all, how dare you guys say Iggy is boring? He is so cute and friendly. But now that we've got the drafts finalized, you know, Bengal Mac, you're saying that you favor the Rest and Relaxation draft, but you know, what are the combinations or what is the team strategy based on these team comps going into game 3?
Well, looking at Rest and Relaxation, they're going for and this is pun intended, they're going for the slow burn, right? They have the Iggy, who's literally going to be burning people, the Narbash, who's going to be looking to draw out the fights by keeping his team up, the Twin Blast, who's going to be looking to poke from a distance, you know, using Vaporize, using grenades, using the ultimate. The name is slipping my mind right now, but they're going to be looking to just really control areas and just burn them down slowly. So I don't know exactly what doctors have planned. Maybe Bengal can give insight there.
Yeah, if I'm looking at the doctors, they look like they're going to be able to kind of really CC chain one individual target, really pick someone off with that Zinc stun, Ion Strike, Stun Ball, Silence, with the Kwang Root. I really have the ability to be able to pick one target and really just send them back to the fountain. So I think they're going to have the ability to make big picks. It's gonna be, I would be really much playing around. If one person can hit a root, chances are that person is not going to make it to see the next day. So that's kind of how I would play around it. Try and maybe play through the Kwang, get him really strong in the off lane to start making an appearance in the mid lane, really put a damper on Simba's Zinks in the mid lane.
This is game 3 of the Swiss stage here at the PCC. Get your popcorn ready or a snack of your choice. This is R&R versus the Doctors. Cheer on for your favorite team. Get those predictions in. Lance and F6, show us the game.
Thank you very much, R-Dog. My name is Lance. I am joined with my favorite co-caster, F6. How you doing, F6? We haven't seen you yet today.
Dude, I'm doing good, man. You know, wasn't able to get on too early, but you know, I'm glad to be here now. Game number 3, spicy game with Arnor versus the Doctors. I mean, we saw that Zinx pick up. I'm kind of excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, and you know, it's worth mentioning, this is our defending champions here, trying to do a little bit of style and a little bit of stunting. We've talked and kind of previewed that Zinx mid could be picked by some teams in the right situations at some point throughout this tournament. Well, our defending champions are going to be the first ones to do it, get a look at the rosters once again for just about a fraction of a second here, but you should be familiar with these names. If you don't recognize Plu and Bartledew, they used to go by Ooga Booga and Unga Bunga, so another true tested duo lane in this, going up against Cure and Zihi over here. Zihi on the decker, one of his favorite picks within this, but I feel like we don't have any choice but to talk about this Zinx that's in the mid lane since it's something new that we're going to see. F6, do you have any idea how that works?
I have some sort of an idea here going into this game, Lance, but it's all about the pilot here. It's a little bit different when you're going through your pubs games, right? You don't really have that communication. You don't have that teamwork to really go out and kind of facilitate as with the possibilities that you have with her. But she's just going to be looking to survive into this mid lane, work into the mid to late game, where she has a little bit of damage to allow for herself to just also add towards the team survivability. But I mean, it's really going to come down to Simba. We've seen him play some time to time again, casual modes inside of his ranked games as well. So he's a really good pilot. He understands it in the mid lane. It's not the strongest, but I mean, I think it's going to be able to go out and work here if they're able to communicate throughout all of it.
And I'll tell you, just from what I am seeing here on these teams, this is feeling like we are going to be playing a very long game. Narbash wants to go late game. Twin Blast wants to go late game. Iggy wants to go late game. Zinx kind of gives up a level early in the early pressure of it, so isn't going to be able to put any pressure onto Iggy, as you have to take a point in your alternate ability, your healing, in order to get that extra dot on your auto attacks with her. So you can't heal yourself, though, and unless your junglers come in, you're not healing anybody else that's there. So you kind of have to almost forfeit one of your levels as the Zinx in the mid lane there. And then, of course, Steel is very fine with playing at any point in the game, but it's the later he goes, the harder he becomes to kill. We've got the Drongo, who, once you get up and above that 100% crit ratio, is just pumping out so much damage with the rad rounds as well. But we'll just be continuing to do a little bit of training. I don't expect a lot of early game action, though, F6.
No, not at all. Especially also talking about this Steel. It's going to be tanky, guys, right? Sneaks playing on top of the Kwang there. We already know how Sneaks likes to play with that Kwang. He has that little bit of extra poke. We're going to have to see how this kind of plays out, because Steel, big body, really looking towards his rotation later. But Mercy here just kind of just going for this camp over to the river. And there's this contestant here as Simba looks to get that buff away from Maddie. And that's going to allow for him to kind of, actually, no, it looks like Maddie is able to secure that buff. So it looks like Maddie's going to be able to now control over this mid lane. But Mercy looking for a possible gank. The thunk does hit, but there's no more abilities left on Mercy to really stop that. So that kill's going to be thwarted, and they kind of have to get back to his 3 camp.
Yeah, it does blow the blink on Drongo, though, so the ability to re-gank that within the next 5 minutes is there for Mercy. Everyone knows about how good the ganks can be with the Aurora. Get that ice wall behind it, there's nowhere you can go, then you get rooted, then you get slowed by all of the different icy abilities that Aurora's got in it. So I would keep an eye on to Mercy. Make sure, or watch him stay on this left side of the map into a vertical jungle potentially for himself. Stay over here, try to get Cure shut down early. We all saw what Cure could do with his debut performance in PCC8, making it all the way to the finals, making it all the way to the top of the podium, winning a title in the last one, as we've mentioned before. But this rest and relaxation looking pretty good. Won their first 2 rounds of the day, getting very close to making sure that they have qualified for themselves for this main event, which will be coming up in 2 weekends. But Simba here, almost to the point of level 6, so where you'd have to kill him twice in that, which is kind of the big relief, or the first relief spot on the Zinx mid. The first, okay, I'm safe for a little bit longer. I can sit back. I can be a little comfortable. If they come and gank me, I can bring myself back to life. They're gonna have to blow everything to do it. So getting close to the power spikes, we might get almost to see the first blood if we get lucky here. First Fangtooth will also be spawning at the 5-minute mark, F6.
Yeah, and that's when the neutral objectives come on up here, Lance. We're going to be able to start to see that shift. The level 6 are in play around the map. It should be completely everywhere else. But a big thing that I want to point out here is look at Aku, actually a little bit on a level lead going towards this Kwang. Still getting poked out, because we do know Kwang has probably one of the greatest pokes in the game, right behind Zarus into that off lane. But it's going to come down to when that Fangtooth spawns, and also in the next minute and a half or so when that mini orb spawns. We're going to start to see a lot of shift towards focusing these neutral objectives and trying getting your picks before or during, and trying to chase out some possible potential here. And I think that is when we're going to see our spikes.
Yeah, 6 comes on for the mid laners. That's always who gets them first. Mercy here with the follow-up gank on the Cure, who doesn't have a blink.
Does not have a blink at all. Plu Cure not on the backside. He's not going to be able to do it. Mercy blinks in, actually gets a circle. And it's going to be just cold down there, because Kira's going to have to put himself on that gray screen. And that's going to be first blood, ladies and gentlemen.
Put him on the board, F6. That is what we were looking for. We talked about Mercy coming back to be able to re-gank that with the blinks being down. And just like the prophecies had written on the stones, he comes back, flashes into him, able to take Kira down. Zihi now here alone in this wave that is pushing into Plu, into Bartldew, gonna allow them to set a freeze up here, catch themselves even more XP, deny some from the doctors, and our defending champions down early. But Zihi, nice roam into the mid lane.
And it's going to get the double stun out, but the big belly belch is going to push him away, and Maddie's going to be able to save himself for another day without having to use his flash there. So he's going to be a little bit more safer, but that was the rotation that you know from Deckers. Whenever they're in the game, just allow for that mobility, being able to use the verticality to get in prime position to get those stuns off. And he's going to have to be careful because he should be expecting a lot more from that coming on to ZE.
Yes, and as the wave crashes, this also allows Kier to get a little bit of that XP back that he needed. The Thunk is going to land. He's going to stop them right away with the stun ball, though. Should just be trading some health bars. I don't think these guys are going to go in at each other. Zihi's here. Oh, actually, Mav shows up.
He's going to have to force a flash. Yep, that's it. He's going to get out of dodge because he does not want that. But with that, though, they're able to push out that dual lane and now get to turn and focus onto this Fang Tooth. Mercy on the rotation, though. Maddie looks to seem like he's pushing out that wave. Dual lane might possibly be able to rotate here, but it's going to have to come down to timing less than 1k HP. They should be able to secure this. They do have the jungler, but now the escape is the real plan. We do know that Kier does not have a blink. The cryosystems goes off inside the backline. The big pop on the freeze, and there's going to be 1 rejuvenation. There's going to be 2 lives saved and force a flash on the back, but this fight is still on. Kier picks up Blue, and they're going to keep going at it, and now the tides have changed towards the Doctors, and they're going to be pushing it back, forcing blinks, forcing resources. Mav 1 HP. Maddie's going to be able to pick that up, and now it's going to be a fight that Maddie's going to try to clean up. 1 more kill, and there is my goodness, he's going to get dropped finally by Bartledew. This is a game changer. Rest and relaxation. We thought they were going to lose a fight, but Maddie turning it around.
Oh, those Iggy turrets did so much work in there. Maddie with fantastic positioning, moving himself, getting them to aggro the priority targets and who was low, who needed to die within it. Bartley comes in at the end, gets the hero Thunk to finish it up, clean the rest of the Doctors up as well. 5-2. They do give up the first Fang Tooth, but that fight went very well. Maddie absolutely huge on the Iggy right now. 2-0-2, picked so much up within that fight. Has a pretty big power spike. The Mega Cosm has been finished for him already, but he's being ganked again.
Yeah, but the Stasis ball does not hit, and that means there's really not too much kill potential there. But Maddie, a lot of people say he could only play Wraith, but from that performance already within 9 minutes, we're looking like he has found a second main character. But with the mini prime up now, they're trying to look to control these objectives when it comes to the side of the Doctors. And with Mercy on the other side, this should be a free mini prime. Economy shifts should be a little bit more in their favor, trying to get themselves back on even footing while they have the less kills here. So they should be okay, but they're losing a lot of pressure on to this dual lane side here, Lance.
They are, and Mercy is in the red side of Mav right now, but the red buff is not up, so he's trading only the 5 camp for the mini prime to the side of the Doctors. That is not what you need. They also put it onto Simba, which is great because of the pushing pressure and the ability to stop that Iggy has. So this is going to allow Simba to be able to sit in this lane, even potentially push into the Iggy for a little bit. But here comes Mercy into the mid lane onto Simba.
And it's going to be actually a 2v2 here. A lot of ultimates are already down. Mav still needs some cooldown, but look at Mercy. He has to use the jump to get on up, but look at the chase from Mav. 1 HP, and the Jimmy is going to be able to get it. And there goes out Mercy, and now Maddie's going to be the potential. And no, he's not going to survive. And a clean rotation and pickup from the Docs.
Right, and it's Simba who gets the kill onto Maddie, so some gold for the mid laner who does need it. She doesn't fall, so she's going to maintain the mini prime buff for them in the mid lane too. So great little rotation, great gank out of the jungler Mercy there, but Mav shows up at the perfect time, able to hit the Uno reverse card, turn that around, get this game much closer in the kill score, but definitely in Doc's favor as far as gold goes, as they have picked up that mini prime, have picked up that first Fang Tooth of the game already. It's just about how they're going to be able to use this gold. Is it going to be able to be effective when you've got a Zinx in your mid lane? You're lacking a little bit of damage from your jungler. You're lacking a little bit of damage from your offlaner. Can this early amount of gold be utilized correctly is what I'm questioning out of the Doctor's comp right now.
I mean, that's something that we're going to have to try and figure out here, right? And we do know these ultimates are coming back up. And we talked about the late game here. The slow burn, like Dr. Shadow said, is onto the favor of side of rest and relaxation. They have the heals. They have Maddie on top with the turrets on Iggy there. And they should be able to sustain themselves. But the question is, can they stop themselves from losing a big lead? As we see Sneaks here diving on in with a map and picking up Blue on the opposite end with the lane swap coming in handy here.
Oh, and that's what Quang's like to do. Quang see squishy ADCs. They throw electric swords at them. They run them down, and that is just Sneaks' play style. If you have ever ran into this guy in any of your games, you know he is sprinting at you. If he sees any advantage, he thinks he can win that 1v1. He ends up proving it. Doesn't matter that you're going into the tower. That's going to be Plu spending a little bit of time in the shop deciding what to buy next, as he is just respawning. So that's going to knock the kill score up as well, as the Doctors starting to find a little bit of an edge, showing why they are the defending champions. Although they have made that switch in their mid lane, they've got Simba as Seismic is sitting this tournament out. Looks like they're not really missing a beat, as they are still running kind of the old compositions, the old things you would expect out of the Doctors. Is, if you can remember all the way back in PCC9, Sneaks rank Greystone mid.
Yeah, he did. He did. I mean, it didn't work out for them, but he did definitely run that there. But now with the second Fang team, looks like to be secured here by R&R to try and even things on up, pushing the gold lead a little bit more into the even line here, as we do know that right now the Docs tying up the kill lead and being able to get that midi prime has about a 200 gold all around on each player, so they should be able to kind of just have a tiny bit. And this is what I was talking about, trying to answer your question a little bit earlier on, Lance, is it depends on how they force here. They were able to pick up Plu, but they weren't able to really get themselves in position for that second Fang Tooth to skyrocket themselves to get that lead. But they will get the tier 1 though in the offlane side of the map.
They do, and the solo gold goes to Sneaks. A little bit of health bar trade. Mercy going to show up as well. This is not looking good for Sneaks. Going to have to flash himself away, but gets frozen by the cryocism. Akram now in here, but taking pretty low on the health bar. Shield slam does come down. That is going to be the last shot that gets the Quang. He's going to fall down. Mav still here, does have that second life available to him. We're going to cut away. We're going to cut back, and Mav is going to be gone. We'll never know how he got out.
We're never going to know, but look at this rotation from Simba. Bartle in a tough spot, and there it is. The Shrapnel Blast is going to be able to hit him and knock down that kill, and now it is just Plu. But Simba left a lot of pressure down to the mid lane, and now he's going to be losing a lot of XP. But great job being able to pick up that kill inside of the duo.
Yeah, good job there, and I feel like it's just continuously happening to Plu and Bartldew over here. Zihi and Cure looking like they haven't dropped a beat from where they left off in PCC8, getting some attention, getting a lot of kills down. Don't be surprised to see some more of these tier 1 start to fall, as Sneaks is freed up to be able to move around the map now, and Simba is where you would like to see. Let's take a look at the build. We've kind of been curious about what the Zinx is going to go. They got the Azure Core started to build with the Alchemical Rod, got the Prophecy in there as well, so getting some damage out, trying to land those auto attacks. I know if you get that Eon to the hero, but we have Akram into a cage. No shield slam available as it was used in the last fight.
Yeah, just kind of bull rush away. Using the blink, he's going to be able to survive. That doesn't have any chase potential, so another day, another time, but 5-minute cooldown is going to have to worry about him. How far he's going to push up inside of that off lane. I think he kind of needs to start rotating now, so we're getting to 15 minutes into this game, Lance.
Yeah, we are getting to the point where everybody's starting to come online. Crester being finished on everybody, or at least should be finished on everybody. So we've got our Epochs, we've got our Typhoons, we've got our Liberators, everything that you would need in order to take an elongated team fight or get into a position where you think you're going to get it. And we do have 5 people crashing towards the mid here. We might get some fireworks if anybody gets caught a little bit out of position here. Moving around the map. Here they go.
And there's going to be that initiation. Sneaks tries to land something. They're pushing out Plu here. Mav trying to dive into the T1, but nothing is there. But look at this back line. This steal is up. The shield slam is here, and it does hit 3. And the cryo sizzle box. Plu picks up the kill on Zihi. Next, it's going to be the Sneaks, and he's going to be down with the Qual. And that's a great trade coming out for R&R as the shield slam and the cryo sizzle pop, locks, and drops it, and now opens up the map.
Yeah, and 2 for nothing in the side of them as well. Maddie picks up another kill. So a numbers disadvantage momentarily for the Doctors. I believe that the second mini prime should be spawning any second now. Need to continue to try to zone them out so they cannot take this for free, but they see them backing there. They're going to just walk onto it as soon as these recalls are finished. Oh, actually, Cure cancels his base, but they are going to try to rip this. Doctors are going to rush straight back to this. We might get a second team fight right away. See, he's coming around the corner. Here we go.
Did he pick up the oh no, the thumb hits, but Q's going to be able to use the Liberator. But look at Mav diving into 5 members into the back line, and there comes that Stone Forge Soul, baby. Oh, look at the kills. Look at the health as they full on initiate, and they're trying to wipe out R&R. 3 members, 4 members, and that's 5.
All of them fall. That was perfect from them. They bait it out. They say, Cure, no, we're coming. Cancel your back. Stay here. Stay here. We're going to fight. Mav gets a good angle on him. Somebody catches them in that hallway. I did not see what it was, but all of the sudden, all of the health bars just went gone. And so much damage rains through. I don't know if it was a Kwang ult. I apologize that I missed it. I should be able to call it. But Mav gets in there, slows them all down with the Stoneforge Soul, and boom. Docs does exactly what they can do, exactly what they've shown us they can do, and they pass. They kill all 5 members of Rest and Relaxation.
A lot of times when you see that inside your casual games, you're like, why is my Greystone jumping into the enemy team? All 5 members. But this is why. You follow up on there. You follow that Stoneforge Soul. He's going to have to be able to call there. It's just a huge slow going off into the back line, and he's going to be able to get into there. But DCZ here, though, just get hit with a thump because he's a containment fence and double jumps out of there. And he might be safe, but Bardu's on a run. He's going to be looking, and nothing's going to be able to come out of it just quite yet. It's actually a reverse of fortune here, as now the Crash Bang Boom does not go off, and they pick out Bardu, but slow the roll, not slow the health bar. So as they get picked off, Mercy's able to pick up Simba though on the back line, but this looks like it's actually going to favor Narnar as they're cleaning up inside the back. And look at Maddie with the damage going off.
They say, hey, you kill all 5 of us, we're gonna kill all 5 of you. The reverse RGS ace. Now it's the third Fangtooth of the game being taken. It is the Rest and Relaxation who is going to get that second one, that 8% out of combat movement speed. But we are tied up more or less at this point. Mini primes have been taken by both sides. One more Fangtooth in favor of Rest and Relaxation. One more kill in favor of Rest and Relaxation. It looks like they've got one more tier 1 turret as well. So actually, at this point, a small lead for R&R against our defending heroes. But what we're seeing here is 2 team fighting compositions that are both able to execute what they are trying to do, catching each other at different times where the other person can't react to it. And the explosiveness and the execution we are seeing from these players on these compositions are what you are looking for in PCC. That is why the winner of this game will automatically qualify for our main event. The second, or the loser of it, is going to have to try to fight for another game most likely, and they are close. There seems to be a very small margin of error within this game where one thing goes wrong and all 5 of your members are dead.
I mean, we talk about it all the time, especially in PCC. It's these players are all great players. These teams are just fantastic. And a lot of times it comes down to one simple, small mistake that changes the tides into these battles. And that's what we're seeing here back and forth. Here's the double side ace here, 1 for 1, like you talked about. But we just hit that 20-minute marker tick here, Lance. Who do you think really is going to come out on top of these big objectives now when they've been spawned?
It's tough, but I continuously look at it and I just lean R&R if we can get all 10 members together. I think that they've just got more of the larger crowd control abilities, more of the larger lockdowns. They've got that shield slam into the Crash Bang Boom, into the Cryocism, into all of the free damage that Maddie is going to be able to pour out on the Iggy. Yeah, there is a lot of damage that can come out of this Zinx with the on-hit build, but it's still all auto-attack dependent. It's still only hitting one person at a time. You've got that group stun. Yeah, you've got the Decker Cage. Oh, Plu. Oh, it does get the base off. That was very, very close. But I still feel as if the team fights, when they come down to the 5v5s, are going to fall into R&R's side. We've seen it kind of go both ways so far, but it kind of felt like when it went... Oh, hold on a second. We got a fight popping up. Cure's going to get picked.
He's going to get picked and buffed away, as now they do have the numbers advantage with the big Orb Prime spawned. But we do see that the wards on both teams are exceptionally well there. Akram taking out the Blast Flower, trying to eliminate one entrance into this pit, and that's their go button actually, as they're like, hey, we have the numbers advantage, we have the sustain, as now here comes the conversion with the docks. They do hit the containment fence, and they do going to teleport in, but the Epoch is popped here, and they're going to try and get this out, and they took Maddie out, and now this is an even playing field, but the back line, the Regenesis is going to be able to pop as well. It's going to try and save Simba, but Plu is able to pick up Zihi. Mav is trying to stall here, but they are not gonna have the health bar to sustain from the Narbash. Is just too real, and one more grenade not enough, and they're pushing in, but the Ricochet is gonna stop any more from going in.
Very clutch ricochet from Simba at the very end of that. Took the neural regenesis, got himself down to a single sliver of health. Didn't finish him off, but stayed around the corner in case anybody needed him. And as they're pursuing at the end, but big recognition from R&R there. Cure is dead. That's most of their damage. We rip Prime. We have an Iggy. We can take it down so fast, but the Doctor's so quick to counter-initiate, counter-engage on that, try to stop them, shut that down, and will continue to do the Orb Prime dance, as we see so often at the highest level of competition after the 20-minute mark. But I still have a feeling, even after an Orb Prime is taken, we have a long game ahead of us.
Sneaks push into the back line, though. He does have Cure here. Cure's going to be able to pick up Blue, and that's going to be one member already down. But look at the pit. They are going back after it. A lot of ultimates are already used, and that's a low bar. That's a low Sneaks. That's a gone Sneaks, as now they push the pressure onto the docks here. They're trying to run. Aku is trying to create some space.
Who's on the wrong side?
Going to be able to take some healing here. He is definitely on the wrong side. Look at that. Cure is going to be almost dead. He is gone. Goodbye. See you later. Aku's going to be able to force a flash, but he's going to go straight into Simba. There's this clean on up, and now it is just a 3v3 with the sustain though from Bartledew. They are looking to try and stay alive. Mav is going in. He knows he has his ultimate here. Stoneforge Soul with the slow. It's going to be able to lock them into a small spot, but the crash bang boom is here, but it's not going to be enough. Mercy and Bartledew are left. Low HP. Stasis Ball though misses, and High and Glacier trying to retreat, but here comes Blue. This fight has been going on so long, and now they're on the run. Zihi 1 HP, 1 grenade. No, it doesn't hit. Simba is the last member here with Genesis. No, Mercy, please stay alive. Stasis Ball, one more shot and forces the blade, but Blue is going to be able to pick up that kill, and these fights just keep going on.
Oh, take a deep breath for his F6. Plu dies, respawns, comes back, and gets a kill in that team fight. How do you have the amount of air in your lungs? I am so surprised by these teams and the way that they are just continuously going at each other over and over again. Plu gonna pick this red buff up for himself, but still no objective taken. The primal Fangtooth is up. The Orb Prime is up. We are still dancing around these objectives. Only Simba is down for the side of the Doctors, and once again, R&R just going to go in here and rush it. We're going to have to fight again.
It's going to be another one. It's going to be a heaters. Now they're controlling the pit here. Bartledew trying to sustain here. Maddie, we do know the Iggy's going to be able to burn this, but these guys are not going to let them get this for free. They're trying to find their way in. There's still a lot of HP left onto this midi orb, this big orb prime, as now we see Mercy diving the back line. They're looking for Mav. He knows he doesn't have ultimate left. He has to force himself back here, but look at that back line, and it's going to be Maddie just trying to just do this damage, and they pick off Sneaks, and that is the go button, ladies and gentlemen. They're now pushing the docks, and look at that. They're going to turn around the peel though, as they're trying to go down here. Akram's going to be able to zoning 3 members, forcing the fight here, but the fight just keeps going on, but not for long, and that's going to be able to pick up 3 members, and that is the R&R we want to see.
Kick your feet up. This is an easy prime take at this point. You take this, you run it right over to that Fangtooth pit. You pick up the Primordial Blaze. You pick up the 3rd Fangtooth buff. R&R very comfortable in the driver's seat of this game at this point after getting that massive team fight win around this objective. It only takes 3 tries, but they finally get the fight they're looking for. They finally get the early picks on the right people. They push that engage button just like you're talking about after Sneak Skies. They take this down no problem. They're going to get this Primordial Fangtooth as well with how quickly both Twin Blast and Iggy can rip it down. It is only a matter of time. They can try to defend it, but Mav is still dead for 1 second. There's no way Doctors are even going to be able to get here, F6.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see that by the map here. They're just like, hey, we can't even contest it. This now allows for R&R to have the double buffs. I mean, the greatest thing about their team fight there, and I think they transitioned to, is just peeling for their back line. They called out their targets 3 times there inside that long engagement. You saw them just immediately try to initiate, but then they're like, hey, we have to peel back here. Mercy doing an exceptional job being able to stay in the middle of the pack, either pushing forward or dropping back to help out his teammates. And I really think that's one of the things that was the key factor of them winning that big fight there.
Oh, and this is my kind of Predecessor, F6. Nobody in this game really standing out as the big KDA. Maddie having the best one at the 7 and 4. However, everybody else taking some lumps, taking a couple of deaths, getting a couple of kills. Very even game of Predecessor still. These double buffs, very important. We need to see how R&R is going to use them. They need to capitalize, try to snowball this small influx of gold that they have into getting even more objectives in order to be able to really push themselves ahead and put the Doctors away.
But they also need to be careful here. Mercy almost getting caught out there. If that tether were to land, they might have been able to pick at least one member off. But like you said, they have the double buff here now, and they're going to be able to kind of push through. They're not looking for the siege here, as we see all 5 members pushing down this mid lane. This is a primary tactic you see with that Primordial Blaze, but this is that initiation. They're going to full commit here. They do have the healing. Mercy pushing towards that back line to try and just poke away with that Primordial Blaze, and it's just going to be a matter of moments now before they take down this inhibitor.
Yeah, and Dox needs to be careful. R&R has won the last couple of team fights, and at this position on their inhib line, if Dox loses a team fight, they lose the game. So they have to concede these as you see them falling back to their core, making the smart and educated, the experienced play. You have to defend on your core. Mav takes the jump pad, gonna be able to be behind them as they have to defend their core. This might end the game.
It might do indeed, as we see Mercy here getting aggressive. The shield slam does hit in the backline. The blue picks up Zeke, and this is that go button. Bartle do with the crash bang. Boo picks up 2 and forces the blink on the backhand side. Stoneforge Soul is hit, but the members are falling one by one here. Now there's only 3 members left. Make that 2 as they pick up another with that Primordial Blaze. And look at that core, ladies and gentlemen. R&R coming out on top as they are burning this. The Docs are trying to defend, but it's not going to be enough as this game is secured.
Oh no, what are you gonna do? You have to ban Wraith and you have to ban Iggy against Maddie. R&R looking so good, taking down our defending champions. A little bit of a weird comp, maybe a little bit of experimenting out of Doc, but you have to give props to R&R. They picked the composition understood how it worked with their team fights with the big wombos that they had, and they executed it very, very well. Hats off to the boys at R&R.
I mean, just exceptional job there. Like you said, it did take them 3 tries. I mean, Docs did fight back. There was just engagement after engagement, aces after aces. And I mean, it was just an all-out match. These are the matches that you can only see here at the Prime Championship Circuit, ladies and gentlemen. But I do know there's a lot of people on the desk that kind of want to break this game down for us a little bit more. It has been to me, F6, and Lance Cecil Mayman himself. And we'll catch you guys on the next one.
Thank you so much, F6 and Lance. Welcome back to the desk here at the PCC. It's day 2 of the Swiss stages. We just watched our 3rd game of the day between the Doctors and R&R. I have to say that after that game, I don't think R&R was able to get any R&R during the game with the constant bloodbath, but after this game, they can definitely. What else did we see, Shadow and Mac?
Oh man, I mean, we saw the slow burn that we talked about in the draft. I was looking at the stats after the game. Bartledew on that Narbash healed 41,000 healing in 28 minutes. I know I shouted out some Narbash yesterday. I don't even remember who that was. That was like a 27-minute game, and they had like 33,000, and I thought that was crazy. This was 41,000, and that's a testament to how these teams were both just fighting. I mean, F6 on the casting desk, he was casting a team fight that I think lasted like 11 minutes or something. Yeah, I mean, the Doctors played into the slow burning team fight, and ultimately I think they lost because of that. So I mean, the Narbash, dude, too good. It's not even the Iggy, it's the Narbash.
Yeah, the team fight from rest and relaxation was just too strong. I want to point out, I felt like while I was watching the games, Akram, unsung hero of the game, it felt like they were constantly on the back line, constantly tanking. It felt like they were constantly fighting 3 people by themselves while the rest of the team is focusing on big picks. I mean, there was one point where they were able to get in the entirety of the back line and get Cure behind the rest of the team and nearly got out with their life. But Akram absolutely doing crazy things on the steal, hit big steal ult after big steel ult, and the Iggy and Scorch, 41,000 damage, is able to play around Maddie, really putting that notion that he's a Wraith 1 trick to bed, absolutely crushing it on the Iggy and Scorch.
The Doctors are so unpredictable with their chaotic playstyle, which is what I absolutely love. The question we keep asking that begs to be answered is, how do you answer that? And it's what R&R did in Game 3. We told you these games would be full of action, and it did not stop. I couldn't even blink because there's so much that could happen. Shadow and Mac, how else did R&R secure game number 3?
So R&R, I mean, Maddie, I'm not discrediting him by giving credit to the Narbash. I mean, Maddie, he had that phenomenal play after the first Fangtooth, where I'm going to regret saying this, but he mechanically outplayed both Zinx and Decker with an Iggy and Scorch. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say, but he 1v2'd while he had just a sliver of HP with the blink forward into them, followed by the auto attacks landing while the turrets did their job. I mean, he punished the Doctors. The Doctors got the objective, but he punished them. You never give any objective away for free, and it was that outplay that enabled his team to really almost wipe. It was like a four-man wipe after that objective. Really made them regret that. And then the second turnaround point, from my opinion, was that second mini prime. The Doctors lost the mini prime, but then they wiped R&R. But then the fight continued across the map for like what felt like 20 minutes. They ended up at that third Fang. And at that point, all the cooldowns for, Cryoseism, Crash Bang Boom, well, Narbash died, but Cryoseism, the Shield Slam, everything reset at that point, and the Doctors were still like low on resources because they'd been fighting for 10 minutes, and it felt like they just didn't respect R&R and their cooldowns and the players who are playing those heroes with those cooldowns. And I think that was the turning point where the momentum shifted away from the Doctors in favor of R&R.
Yeah, I think R&R just they forced the Doctors to play into what they wanted. They forced them to play into the team fight after team fight. The Doctors didn't really get, in the early game, they were able to kind of get those little mini skirmishes and take advantage of it. And they got that big team wipe when they chased him down on the second mini prime. But after that, it was all, it just felt like it was all R&R. I mean, it was a constant team fight, and they were grouped up all the time. Narbash with the constant heals, Mercy going in, getting those picks, getting the roots, getting the CCs. I think Rest and Relaxation just played an all-around team game, and I think that's just what put them over the top. And this is what I was saying before, even though Mercy just got added 3 days ago, adding them into that lineup just really puts them over the top, and they just played extremely well as a team.
Congratulations, R&R. You've secured your spot in the top 8 with 3 wins. They're 3-0 going into round 4. Doctors, you still have a chance. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be right back with the last game of the day. Exclamation point bracket helps you keep track of what's happening behind the scenes. Let's take a quick break.
Are going to be going ahead and backing out. He does have those enhanced stats online right now because of the prime. You can tell that they're looking for the primal weapon. He doesn't care at all. He's going to hit them with a big knock him up. Hit him with the stun.
Onto the core, they're looking to try to push this down and end this tournament right here, right now.
The big combo, the big damage coming out. They grab the members. Look at the health bars drop here as they find a huge combo and take the All Prime from even worse timing.
There's only one champion, and they're looking to walk away with the belt over their shoulder, hold it up high. You know, the champion gets the girls, the champion gets the gold, the champion gets the glory, and that's what they're looking for here.
Right now, even worse timing needs a defense that can stop a Titan from going through.
But Pablo's gonna get caught by Crazy Bull and just absolutely obliterate. Professor's playing out of their damn minds today. 50 scrims, 20 days, 1 PCC championship for Professors, baby! West timing taking this core. They took out your reigning champions. The crown's on the floor. Pick it up, dust it off, put it back on your head. Because even worse timing are your two-time PCC champions.
You have to put up the wall. You can't let them get this damage across. It has to be Morose. It has to be them. It has to be Man Q who is getting pushed back. They are starting to go one by one. Happy Picker with the kickoff. And it is going to be DLAB that are your PCC9 champion.
The the crowning moment. Semi-finals in PCC6, semi-finals in PCC7. Change the name, change the logo, but never change the drive. The doctors are here. They're gonna take it all, and they are your PCC8 Grand Champions.
Welcome back to the desk here at the PCC. These players are playing for a chance at $3,000 and are fighting for a spot in the top 8 to get into the main event on October 19th and 20th. It's day 2 of the Swiss stages, guys. This whole broadcast was just non-stop action from beginning to end. So if you like what you're seeing, please give us a follow, subscription. We're on every social media you can think of: Discord, YouTube, X, Instagram. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We wouldn't be here without you all. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, your host here at the PCC, joined by Dr. Shadow and Bengal Mac. We're about to show you guys our last game of the day. It will be between 3DB and Animal Farm. Just going over the rosters here, we have Peak, Nivula, Wangle, Gwassi, Jay, and on Animal Farm we've got Import, Bondrude, Neft, Brandonite, as well as North. What else do we know about these guys?
All right, Animal Farm. I mean, we hyped them up yesterday, and they actually dropped the ball. They got taken to the meat shop slaughterhouse. They are, in fact, a powerhouse, but the majority of the players on that team are EU. They've got Neft, Brandonite, Import, and Bondrude, all from EU. Whereas North, he's going to be their only NA East person on that support role. These are internationally well-renowned. I mean, the number of championship titles across this team is like uncountable. I can't even count on two hands how many titles they have, but they have the world's like arguably best carry. They have Brandonite, who's an up-and-coming mid laner, also a Wraith. I don't want to say one trick, but he's also a dangerous Wraith. They've got Import, who is easily the top jungler in the entire world. I mean, he plays on NA teams, EU teams, you name it, he is there, any tournament. And Bondrude, who's arguably one of the best offlaners as well. So they're a powerhouse squad.
Yeah, and on the side of 3DB, I mean, where do you start? I mean, it seems like in every lane is a name that you recognize. I mean, for starters, you got Wangle in the mid lane. I mean, he's arguably one of the best mid laners, not in just NA, but also in EU. I mean, he's a name that if you see in your lobby, you're like, oh, great, I gotta, this is gonna be a GGFF at 15. Like, this guy's a gamer. And then you got Jay. He's the very first Paragon in the game. I mean, if you ain't first, you're last. I mean, he proved it that he can do it not in just comp play, but he could do it in the rank by himself or with a duo partner. Nivula, super slept on player. Peak, a fantastic player as well. I mean, their stats alone as a team are crazy. I mean, I'm pretty sure they left the first day of Swiss stages with only 1 loss on the record, and that's nothing to hang your head on, because everyone else that they're playing, I mean, it doesn't look close. They're a very, very strong team. I mean, it's gonna be I'm so excited for this matchup, guys. Like, I genuinely cannot wait for this game to be played out.
He cannot contain himself going into game number 4. But as we wait for this draft to be to get ready for us, but there's so many. We talked about Animal Farm and how they have so many titles. Dr. Shadow, you outlined how Neft has won like 7 Fang Booth championships. He's won the first ever Nations League tournament. He has also won PCC2. You've got North as well, but just there's so many things you could talk about from each and every player from Animal Farm. And then on 3DB, Bengal Mac, that's the same thing. Nivula, Peak, Wangle, Gwassi, and Jay. You could go on and on about these players. But as we wait for the draft, what are you expecting to see in terms of heroes?
I am expecting to not see a Wraith. That is, I mean, I think 3DB is going to be like on drugs if they don't ban Wraith, because Animal Farm has 2 extraordinary Wraith players, and so if Animal Farm picks up Wraith early, they can flex that as a duo or a mid, which is actually a really dangerous opportunity for them to play with their draft heading into it. So I think I'm not expecting to see Wraith, but Bondrewd and Import also are very proficient on Terra. What tournament was it? Was it Nations League where Import was on Terra and he like reverse sweeped in the grand finals for Team England? He just absolutely decimated the opposing team, and we're likely going to see a Terra Zarus kind of flex pick early on. Import can play both. Bondrewd can play both. So I'm thinking we're going to see, most likely those are going to be highly prioritized based on what we've seen in previous tournaments with these players.
Yeah, with 3DB, as far as the draft goes, I mean, from the games that I've been seeing and been keeping up with, I know they love to go that Gadget Zarus combination. So I wouldn't be surprised if they win the draft, if they say, hey, you can have first pick, we're gonna prio this. They've been running it on a lot in their games with Wangle and Navula. So they love the Wombo combos, and yeah. They love the Wombo combos. They love playing through the mid lane because they know that their duo lane, they're strong to win the 2v2s and watch out for the ganks. And they also know that Peak on the other end is probably going to be playing some tanky boy like a Terra, like a Steel, like a Richter, and we'll be able to hold it down in the offlane.
And speaking of draft, Mac, I believe it's ready. We're going to pull it up. We've got Animal Farm with the first pick on the hero they're banning, and that's going to be the Sevarog.
Yeah, Animal Farm, they've seen Sevarog's performance today throughout the tournament. I'm sure they've probably played a couple games with or against Sevarog and probably realized he's just a pain in the butt. We don't want to deal with that. Peak is also quite strong at Sevarog. I'm not super familiar with Nivula, but Sevarog in the jungle, if Nivula is proficient or above proficient on Sevarog, that is just something you don't want to be dealing with. The gap close, the lockdown, the colossal blow, just an absolute beast of a hero, especially as the games go longer and longer and longer. But 3DB, as I said, I think they're on something because they are banning the Steel instead of a Wraith. This is I don't know what to make of this ban.
Yeah, it is definitely a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how this plays out for them. Definitely getting the beefy boys out of the way. Steel and Sevarog, that's been kind of the name of the game with this tournament. You either pick them or you ban them. I'm really interested to see what the pick ban rate is on these characters because I feel like I see them every single game. So getting the Sevarog out of the way, getting the Steel out of the way. With the Steel has been a popular pick on the side of 3DB, so I'm interested to see kind of what Peak takes in the offlane over there. But we see Terra getting picked first for Animal Farm. I'm not a huge fan of the blind pick into the Terra, but she is very flexible. You can take her into the jungle. You can take her into the offlane. I do love her as a jungler just because with her ultimate, it really kind of guarantees you a free smite or the ability to even steal one if you're feeling a little zesty and getting in there and trying to steal one. So I'm interested to see kind of where this Terra lands in lane in terms of for Team Animal Farm.
Yeah,
it
it's
could
definitely
definitely be in Import's hands, or it could be in, like what you said, Dr. Shadow. It could be in Import's hands, or it could be in Bondrewd's hands. Arguably one of the best offlaners in the game, and then Import, one of the best junglers in the game, able to out-hunt in any server. But they're locking in the first picks from 3DB here, and that's going to be the Aurora and the Decker.
Yeah, I like the Aurora pick second early on because that we always talk about flexibility. I'm going to get to that one here in a second, but yeah, we talk about flexibility. Could be jungle, could be offlane. I know we saw Nivula play Aurora yesterday, so I'm leaning toward jungle for that. I mean, we've seen the impact of those glacial charges. We've seen the impact of just those boreal sweeps everywhere. Hoarfrosts everywhere, locking people down. I mean, Mercy just put on a showcase clinic last game, so I would not be surprised if Nivula is running that Aurora. But Animal Farms, they get the Wraith, and again, it's early. They haven't revealed their duo lane yet, so this could be a Neft, could be a Brandonite Wraith, and I'm actually quaking in my boots right now if I'm 3DB because you can't go Iggy, and they're not going Iggy.
Yeah, if that Aurora ends up on Navula, I'm interested to see how that plays out. I just checked their profile because I was like, seen them play Aurora. They have a total of 8 games total on Aurora. So if that ends up in the jungle, I will be surprised, and I'm interested to see how they play it out. But Animal Farm is able to get that Zarus with that Coliseum, as you mentioned in the previous game, one of the top 10 ultimates in the game. Super fantastic for Team Animal Farm to be able to get that. But we do see the counter pick with the gadget in the mid lane with Wangle on there. So if you do drop a Coliseum, be wary of your own health because there is a slight bit of radiation inside of that Coliseum every single time when you drop it. We see that the Iggy gets banned and the Richter gets banned, so that beefy boy gets taken. So that kind of eliminates a lot of the picks that we've been seeing peak on the side of 3DB. Been playing in the offlane. He's been playing the Terra, he's been playing the Richter, and he's been playing the Steel, and all of those 3 are taken off the board. So I'm assuming that Aurora is going to be going in the hands of peak. So I'm interested to see on the side of 3DB who they get as their jungler.
On the side of 3DB, though, you're seeing a lot of AoE damage, especially because that gadget is going to be piloted by Wangle. Bangle Mac, you outlined and stated earlier that Wangle is one of the best mid laners in the game. He's recognized in EU as well as in NA, but they're going to be locking in their ADC, another DPS character, another person that can deal damage for them. That's going to be the Twin Blast.
Yeah, I like the Twin Blast pick if it's into the Wraith. Wraith, it's a very 50-50 matchup in my opinion, but the Twin Blast does offer that fast wave clear, can poke some range with the grenades, with the Vaporize, with that ultimate. But I just haven't been impressed with Twin Blast so far in this tournament. So I'm just hoping that we get to see something come out here from Jay's Twin Blast. I would have liked to see like a Revenant or something spicy coming out from them. But over on the flip side, Animal Farms, they're picking up the Bellica and the Argus.
Yeah, being able to get some extra CC in there, because up until Zarus' Shield Bash, they really didn't have much to lock anybody down. Yeah, you have the Terra Charge, but that's just one singular ability. So they're able to secure a lot of that CC with the Bellica, with the Argus, and with that CC, we see the Chimera coming out, having that built-in cleanse to be able to kind of get yourself out of some nasty situations, or maybe to get yourself into some nasty situations. So Chimera is a very safe champ. He has that early game pressure, that early game kind of bully. So if 3DB is able to get a lot of pressure with this Chimera early, this can be in trouble for Team Animal Farm.
We can definitely confirm it's not Nivula's 9th game of Aurora, now that we've seen the Chimera is going to be in the jungle. But in 5 words or less, before we throw it to the casters here, which draft do you favor and why?
Animal Farms, because Neft Wraith.
That's one word. 3DB. 3DB, Wangle. That's all I need.
That's all you need. This is our last game of the day, chat. Animal Farm versus 3DB. I hope you're ready for a banger of a match. Make sure you have your snacks ready. Take it away, Lance and Tang.
And I think I'm gonna start off introducing ourselves with Lance being muted. Sadly, I don't think I hear him in the background, but it's Lance and Tang. We are gonna have a bit of an unusual cast together, and I think it is gonna be a banger. Animal Farm against 3DB already jumping into the game. Lance, are you here?
Can you hear me though? That's the real question.
I can.
You can?
Yes.
I can't hear you though.
Okay, so we are having a few difficulties, Lance.
I got you, Tang.
Okay, perfect.
Tang. Okay, we're back. So, sorry to everybody about that. It's amateur hour at the Apollo over here, but I wanted to apologize. You should have had Ego instead of having me. He is stuck running the Minnesota Marathon. So, you got Lance on quadruple duty today here with Tang. Tang, there's so much to talk about in these matchups. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think Ego isn't here. Getting Lance, honestly, a replacement that I can be very happy with. And also like the game we are seeing, Animal Farm against 3DB. Animal Farm, they did break my heart yesterday, right? Like the regional pride of being an EU caster, seeing our EU teams perform each and every PCC, and suddenly I see them get shit stomped yesterday against Mind the Gap. This time around, Brandon Knight, Import and Co. I'm really hoping for a different story against 3DB.
It's interesting. So it's Pinzo in the mid lane who disappointed all of the EU fans yesterday. It's his mentor and the person who told him he should be playing mid lane this in this game. Now Wangle now getting his opportunity to do what his student, I would say, I don't know. I'm not trying to disrespect Pinzo that much by calling him his student, but what Pinzo did, right? 2 NA West players trying to take down the EU region. I love to see it, Tang.
Yeah, definitely love to see it as well, even though my heart is bleeding, of course, a tiny bit. Bondrewd, we did see him yesterday get solo killed level 2. This time around, a different story. Wants to trade aggressively into peak on the offlane. Does have a big HP advantage. And I think if you followed sort of the history of Bondrewd, like he loves the Terra pick. Shadow was mentioning it on the desk as well. He did play the Terra in, I think, every single one of those games in the Nations League where they ended up winning the final. So he is definitely very proficient. Yesterday we did see Import pick that one away from him, so I think that is going to be a big sort of winning condition on that right hand side, as long as he doesn't fall behind too much.
I agree with you, Tang, and I think it's important to pay attention to this duo lane. We got to talk about the pedigree of the Animal Farms duo lane. North, MVP of like PCC 3 or 4, I believe, in the offlane. PCC champion and PCC 7 as a jungler for them. Now he's playing support, which I've heard was the role he preferred from the very get-go. Anyways, playing with Pablo's not around anymore. Neff's the best ADC in the game. I don't care what you have to say about it. So that duo lane is nuts, and Jay and Gwassi up against that, but a very formidable duo lane in themselves. Now kind of switching who they're playing with as teammates, still have Peak over in the off lane, but picking up Nivula and the Wangler in the mid lane. A lot of hope for this 3-day ban team coming into main event once they get through.
Definitely is. And I think Nivula, if you sort of follow the high elo sort of NA ladder, MMR bracket, whatever, you always see his name there because he is pretty damn good in that jungle role and slowly transitioning into getting a permanent spot in those teams that compete in the PCC. Definitely something that is deserved, and definitely something that we need to keep our eye out as well, because 3DB, they're not really on the radar so far. Like, all those players are very experienced in the PCC, but as an organization, as a team together, it's their first time participating. So now against Animal Farm, that are supposed to be the favorites, but as I said, did drop a few unfortunate games before in this tournament. They are actually standing in a pretty decent spot. I think expectations are pretty split on who is going to come out ahead.
Yeah, you know, that's why they play the games. We got to be able to find it out. But interesting to talk about. I mentioned Wangle being an NA West player. We all know he is intercontinental and has played in EU for a period of time, so has a lot of experience up against Brandon Knight in the mid lane. This is a lane you play a lot if you're a mid lane main. Argus and Gadget both being picked all of the time. Have you ever played in a game that you had both Wangle and Brandon Knight? How has this matchup gone in the past, Tang?
So I think both of them not really having too much competitive experience against each other, but I think from Wangler's position, he has played a lot against Import though, as the enemy jungle. Like, he has been sort of the victim of some of those mid lane ganks from Import a lot of the times in the past. So that's usually how I read the mid lane matchups anyways, because in isolation you barely see any of those solo kills happening, especially with some of those, you mentioned it, right, really seasoned mid lane players. They're not gonna make those big mistakes in isolation, but when those rotations come from the duo lane, from the jungle, then that's a different story. This time around though, 3DB really early on that Fangtooth, leveraging that Chimera on Niv, trying to get that on the spawn 5 minutes and 40 seconds in.
Yeah, they can rip it very quick with the Gadget coming around, but here come the Animal Farm. The whole livestock are here. They get a good stun down onto Gwassi, who's going to be the first kill of the game. Brandon Knight's gonna get it, put it on the board, but the fight is not over yet. Nivula gonna jump in onto Import. Import trying to run away. Nivula still pretty low behind the corner. North got a good angle onto them. Import trying to get in the front side. Gonna flash in.
No.
Going to lose it. It's gonna be Nivula who takes the primal fang or the fang tooth away. Import still fighting for his life. Jay trying to get the last of these fights on him, or the shots onto him, but Neff gonna be able to put him down. Jay gets Import 2 in the backside of it, so 2 members down for 1 at this point. Wango's still running away too, gonna get hit with the seismic assault, but should be able to get into the tower. I don't think that's got the damage, but we explode very early, and I was working towards a point of saying no blinks were down. We had a pretty slow early game, and then all of a sudden it explodes, Tang.
Yeah, it explodes, but importantly, Import flashes in, tries to get the Fangtooth, does not get the Smite better against Neve. Smites a bit early, does not quite get the execute damage with that Spear of Nia, and Chimera says, thank you for the leash, I'm gonna take that for myself. But on the flip side, Animal Farm does get ahead in terms of kills, and that's always something that you need to be wary of as well. Getting those objectives early is really good, but you can't bleed too much gold. In total though, Lance, I think it is pretty smart of them. They kited the Chimera into the pit. The Chimera was able to stack up that health regen. Niv really just playing phenomenally in that pit, but as a Chimera, obviously not many chances to escape, so in the end, it is a slight advantage over to Animal Farm, but first Fangtooth still taken by 3DB.
Taken by them, and you see that in games where there is a Chimera in them very consistently. Animal Farm aware of what the tactics are, what you try to do when you've got a Chimera on your team. So they go, hey, we should probably check this early. They find the support. They find Wangle over there as well, able to pop that team fight off, get the kill advantage like you said. So yeah, the buffs will last a little bit longer for 3-day ban, but the laning is going to be a little bit harder as the individual gold did go onto most of the right characters. They picked one up, but he is going to get Seismic Assault here. Going to have to roll himself away. Neff flashes forward, hits him with the knock-knock, puts him down on the ping. It does not matter. North still pursuing Grussy a little bit, but I don't believe he's going to have anything. Seismic Assault should still have a couple of seconds left on the cooldown. So in the 2v2, Jay is going to fall to Neft.
And that is exactly why, as you said, Neft is considered the best ADC in the scene. He does not hesitate. The blink away from Jay is just an option for Neft to show his sort of prowess on that Wraith hero is one of his signature pick in his career. Always able to make stuff work, and he doesn't hesitate. As I said, blinks forward, gets the knock-knock choke onto the TB that falls over, laughing. Another kill picked up by Neft. And now we see a bit of a rotation over by 3DB over towards the right hand side. They're overloading that side of the map because Land's mini prime is spawning, and if that early Fangtooth take is any sort of indicator, it does look like 3DB might be looking to get that mini prime early as well.
And they would get the advantage of that first Fangtooth they had earlier with getting the extension onto that mini prime as well if they're able to pick that up. But Import is going to be wise to it. Actually looks like Nivula pathing to his red side, so maybe a little bit of setup required before anybody's trying to just rush into a mini prime. Gwesi is crossing enemy lines here. I hope they're careful.
Yeah, we do see Neft with that level 6 as well. So that is a rewind that can always come in. Niv jumps forward, is gonna blink, is gonna go into Neft, that is just gonna explode. North can only watch, might be caught as well.
Yeah, he gets caught, takes the whole ventilator. Import is here with the Coliseum, though, gets it onto Jay. See if they can trade it back. It looks like Import will be able to pick it up. Coliseum did fall beforehand, though. Import now going low. Huge seismic assault onto 2 of them, but they're just going to turn right back around. North going to have to flash out as well. Nivula on the chase, 2 members low, but he's going to back out. Doesn't want to dive that tier 1 tower just yet. Gwesi health bar pretty low as well. All of the kits had been blown, but a great counter gank there by Import after Neft had fallen.
And 2 more picks secured on the right-hand side. We also see that solo kill coming in. The Bone Druid getting the pick onto a peek on that Aurora. Brandon Knight makes the rotation over towards the left-hand side. Gwusi might be the target, but instead it's the Chimera that should be falling in a second. Import goes low, but Chimera is in the wrong spot, in the wrong time, is gonna get picked up. Gadget, Wangle making the rotation over to the left-hand side, but it's just gonna have to watch as the Chimera falls.
Yeah, and nobody here to be able to press down onto Import as his health bar was low. Still plenty of members of the farm, lots of livestock left to defend him as he gets out. So as this second Fangtooth is going to be spawning, we're going to get some resets. Nivula will come back up from the death timer as well. So a big, important objective. I would be very surprised to not see 3-day ban just kind of run semi-straight towards us, what we've seen so far from him in this game, Tang.
Yeah, I think that is one of the options, especially since Bondrewd on that right-hand side has been so strong against Aurora. So you want to leverage your other side of the map that is not losing as hard. But as we see, Import is their first no vision for 3-day ban. So they are not going to opt in to contest this. And on the other side, it is with the Bellica making the rotation over, the support actually just trusting Import and Neff to get that objective by their own. She's sort of a body on that right-hand side, sort of destroying 3-day ban's options to easily start up that objective. That is the mini prime, but Chimera might still be looking towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and that pick onto Peak allows North to move over there, work with Bondra to check, make sure they're not doing the handshake and trading the mini prime as well, because they clear that ward. Import knows that they know that he is on it. They take it. You expect him to kind of just run straight to the mini prime, so they move North, they move Bondra there to try to defend that. 3-day ban just has to give up that second Fang Tooth for free. That'll knot us up one Fang Tooth apiece. Everybody's getting extensions to their buffs.
And I think there's a big shout-outs in order as well, because I think that the map gameplay of Animal Farm is sort of a different story compared to yesterday. We could see them struggle quite a bit at being there when those objectives spawn, giving up too much when they don't have to. So this time around, a different story. They get the Fangtooth, they don't have to trade it for the mini prime, but instead they can be the ones contesting that objective as well. That should be their second objective of the game, with only one of them claimed by 3-day ban. That want to look at Neff though, that is alone on the left hand side.
He is alone, does have the back it up available to him, but if there's that many members, they would be able to pursue him. So he's going to move safely back into his tier 1 tower, going to get Bondred over here to pick that mini prime up. Good job to Bondred. Going to be able to continue to pressure this lane. I believe that tier 1 tower is already gone in the off lane. We may have missed that. Wangle getting conversed on in the mid lane too. Here comes the particle shredder down to it. Wangle gets knocked up. Going to have to blink away. Nivula here in with some defense, but just to zone it out, allow Wangle to walk out. Very close to getting that pick. 5-minute timer for Wangle's blink now.
Yeah, the American mid lane a bit overextended there, forcing out the flash by the team of Animal Farm. Really well played by them. Now they're sort of endangering the mid lane. They're not going to pull the trigger quite yet though, because with the lockdown that the Deca provides, and also with Gadget still having that Tesla Dome up, it's really hard to get a successful dive in. But I think the camera, as it transitions over towards the right hand side, I think that is something that we need to talk about as well, Lance, because there's sort of invisible pressure that the Bone Druid has built up over the past 14 minutes, has been building up, and we can see it right here. Peak always forced under turret, not really able to trade effectively into this Terra.
Yeah, it may be invisible for the rest of the members of 3-day ban, but I promise you, Peak can see it and he can feel it. Already losing his tier 1 tower 14 minutes into the game, down a couple of deaths to Bondred, who also has the pressure of that mini prime pushing into them. And Terra's going to run wild late in team fights with what 3-day ban has in order to be able to try to stop it. Yeah, you've got the wall from the Decker, and if they're able to utilize the cage in the correct spot and don't have to use it to try to run away from some sort of other thing. But that Terra is going to be a menace for them later, especially when you got the Coliseum to strap the people in there with her. It's looking very good for Animal Farm, and they've been playing very effectively. Also, Bondred has the opportunity to leave his lane any chance that he wants right now, as Peak's going to have to be continuously stopping that from crashing into his tier 2.
Definitely is, and I think it's definitely the case as you said, right? There's not only one damage threat on the side of Animal Farm, there is a lot more. Niv goes in though.
He does go in. Tesla Dome's going to zone out, separate this fight. North's health bar is very low, but Wangle stuck back in the cage with Import. Going to have to hit the Epoch, but it's just a matter of time unless he can get a great Blast Flower. No, it is going to be Brand Knight coming in, picking up that kill onto Wangler. So Wangle will have to spend a little bit of time here. They should be able to press this tier 1 tower as the Gadget most of the wave defense, especially when you've got that mini prime up and available, buffing those minions up. Jay cannot step up and clear it as the Twin Blast.
Yeah, just too much damage coming out, too much sustain as well, and they are just suffering all over the map. Only the left tier 1 is still standing. Neft did lose his own tier 1 in that play where they overloaded the right hand side of the map, but they did get that mini prime in return. So I think it's on to Jay for 3DB to actually show up as the TB. He has been known as one of those hard carry players, always most damage in his teams, always able to output the most amount of damage in those team fights as he can. And against Neft, against North, as you highlighted in that duo lane, that is a tall task, but definitely not something that I would put past him.
No, I think that Jay can do it as well. There's a reason he was the first Paragon player. Gwassi and him have been playing together for a very long time, very committed, always on the same team. So the chemistry that they have with each other is also much larger than what North and Neft have. So maybe they can find each other on the right page at the right time while North and Neft are trying to coordinate, catch them off guard. But it looks like this should be just a free second Fangtooth going over to the animal farm, adding it to their collection, putting it on the ranch inside the fence, feeding it hay. They now have that going to be faster outside of combat, 8%, which should allow Import to really move around this map. Really plays into Bondred's ability to move, since he's already got so much pressure over in the off lane too.
Definitely does, but I think on the flip side, 3-day ban, they did get a lot on the other side of the map. That is always the strength of some of those high sort of some of those stronger teams, right? If you give up something on the left hand side, you can trade something on the other. We see tier 1 being taken on that off lane. We see that red buff also being invaded by Niv, as his blue is as well. Import wants revenge, is gonna chump Niv away. Colosseum going in.
Yeah, Pete comes in too. Great counter to the Zara. It's going to get Hoarfrost right away, but the damage is just too much. Tesla Dome comes down, but everybody able to just walk out. Import heals himself back up with that Gladiator passive and will not fall at the end of it. So only Nivula will go down. I believe Import got the blue buff in that too. But just as you're saying, on the other side of the map, Jay pushing this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, that is a lot of XP actually lost for the side of Animal Farm. So even though they are winning those fights, 3DB still has at least some avenues to get back into the game, especially with no objectives up. Even with Niv falling there, it's not the end of the world. So Animal Farm, they keep on getting those leads, but it only requires one big misstep, one lost team fight around those big objectives that are gonna spawn in about 1.5 minutes time to certainly flip those games. But I think we've seen sort of the game plan coming in from Animal Farm. Import really aggressive on that Ceres, looking to find anyone out of position, and the Chimera doesn't have much impact in those fights if he is the one that gets engaged upon, because the Chimera only goes in. Usually the Chimera, if he gets onto your backline, he can do a lot of work, but if it's Niv himself getting caught out, he can't really impact those fights too much.
Right, only goes in, hard to get out, and we've seen it time and time from Import. Bondred now over in the left-hand side of the map, trying to get that tier 1 tower as Peak has matched that rotation. Might get a small fight for this last mini prime, but I would be surprised to see anybody commit too much, as the big prime will be spawning, or this will be despawning in about 20 seconds. Oh, Import is going to go for it. Okay, everybody's over here, yeah, but 3-day ban had walked themselves out of it. Are they going to try to fight and contest for this? Norv and Nef both on it. Brandonite comes over as well. Jay walks around the corner. Nivula not in time. They are going to be able to rip that down. The fight comes out. Import comes down. Colosseum onto Nivula, getting some poke down, but he's got a decent amount of health left. Still being focused, able to get himself around the corner. Tesla Dome comes out, makes Import fall off of it. Nivula now going to jump forward onto North. They are going to pick him up into the backline. Particle Obliterator going to hit Jay. Import finally will fall in the back to Peak. Brandonite gonna have to flash away after using the stasis immediately. 2 health bars are starting to go low, but 3-day ban starting to get what they want. But here come the damage dealers. Snap, Brandonite, they are here. They're gonna take down Wangle almost right away, and now they are on pursuit. Bondred gonna hit the Hoarfrost as soon as he comes. Snap flashing forward, but getting stunned immediately by Gwassi. Peak is gonna take it, get rewound. That should be Peak dying, and it's going to be 3 members of 3-day ban falling at the end of it.
3 for 2, make it 4 for 2.
So
what
dirty.
A snipe! Yeah, definitely. Neft on that Wraith pick, making it work, but what a fight around the Prime at 50 seconds, 1950, once it has been started, it does despawn. They get it at around 40 seconds. The fight ensues. It looks pretty even, 2 for 2, but Neft gets a few of those picks when the lazybacks actually do come in the mid lane especially. So the gold lead keeps on building. The fight was close, but not close enough to make a big difference. And now I think we're gonna slowly but surely see the map being taken over by Animal Farm. We didn't quite see who did get the mini prime, but I am suspecting it's onto Bondrewd again. But we see left tier 1 falling, right? Tier 2 getting pressured by the tower that has pretty much nobody to threaten her in that long extended lane. We did see Aurora keep on losing those fights against her, and now in the mid lane, Import keeps on trying to fish for something while Brandonite gets more standing golds in his pockets.
And I think it was actually Import who secured the mini prime with a hunt, and they did kill him after that. So if we could get a check onto Bondrewd at some point to know whether or not he's got it, then we can confirm this. But the rewind comes through. Wangle, you are toast, my brother. I am sorry.
Yeah, that was a very American play right there by Wangle, but Niv in the mid lane goes on to Brandonite, gets a good stun, gets the ultimate obliterated. Niv, sit down, Brandonite is here. There is a reason we call him Champion Knight.
And that means Ore Prime will be secured by the Animal Farm. Do not have their mid laner, do not have their jungler. That's so much team fight pressure taken away from them. I would be surprised if they even try to contest this, but they are walking around the corner. Bondrewd just going to turn around, jump on them right away. Containment Fence comes out, but it doesn't matter. Neff just deletes. Jay, get out of the game. Gwassi trying to jump up here. Bondrewd going to be able to catch up to her too. And see you later, Gwassi. That is 4 members down. Wangle has now respawned, so only Peak and Wangle. Nivula about to come up, but that is a free Ore Prime for Animal Farm.
The animals are running wild, and 3-day bans are the victims of this. Big Prime secure 22 minutes in. Primal Fang also in the cards. That should be only a matter of time. Question is, can 3-day ban do anything about it? We have a tab screen. We see a big discrepancy in terms of items being completed. We see a CS difference of about 100, and we see definitely about an item behind for the carries of 3-day ban. But I think Primal Fang is in the cards next, and I think that is exactly what Animal Farm is doing right now.
I believe it is as well, and they need to, or if 3-day ban finds themselves back in this game, I would feel like it would have been from trying to contest that and steal that from them one way or another, potentially coin flipping it. Because at this point, now you have to take the next three or so minutes off of this game, and you need to play nothing but turtle defense, try to stop them from trying to get into your base and cracking those inhibs open. And it's going to be so much harder now that they have the team fight buff and they have the third Fang Tooth buff that will last the rest of the game for them.
One stun should be enough to get anybody down. Neft has so much damage as the Wraith. Long range. They also have decent lockdown with that Argus, with that Bellica. So you gotta think that it's only one overstep that could mean the demise for a 3-day ban. We see on the right hand side, we see Aurora trying to proxy the waves away from Bondrewd, but that's not the problem. Left hand side, Inhib starts to get sieged down. Gwassi hits a good stun.
Does hit a good stun. Containment Fest comes out, but North going to use the Galaxy Greaves, jump right over the fence, and we will just wait for waves to come back again, but they will be crashing soon. Neff doing a little bit of fishing, not able to land the shots onto it. Import here now into the mid lane, going to take that tier 2, so they'll be pressuring 2 inhibs at the same time. And Peak is over on the other side trying to do some split pushing, but I don't think that that's the play. You need this Aurora. Import goes in. Coliseum is going to land onto the priority target. Going to get Jay down. That's so much damage. Now it is Nivula who is the center of attention. Going to get taken out by the Particle Obliterator. Neft comes back from being invisible. Going to catch himself a hat, but 2 members of 3-day ban are dead. 2 inhibs are dead on their side in their base as well, and the animals are marching up the steps to their core. This is their last defense. Are they going to be able to do it? Bondrewd gets the Highland Hurl down. P comes in. The Cryosism does block it off with the wall. Import in a bad spot, was tanking the core, but going to be able to get back up. Neft going to take out Peak. Bondrewd in the lines as well. only Wangle remains. There is no minions quite yet. They are about to pop up here, and this should be the end of the game unless Wangle has some heroics in him. Tesla Dome isn't available. Going to be hard for him to clear this wave. Can they get onto him? Jay has respawned, and the core is falling. It's falling, and that is the game. Animal Farm is going to take them out in a thriller of a game, I would say, Tang.
The haters have been silenced, the EU faithfuls have been rewarded. Animal Farm, they come back onto the broadcast with a banger of a game, 21-6. They have definitely shown us the strength that they can have if they don't do some of those mistakes in the early game that we've seen in that previous game that we had in the tournaments. But 3-day ban, they couldn't really contain. That is the beast of Animal Farm.
They could not. Props to Animal Farm and the way they played that game. Neft was a monster, just like you expect him to be every single time you get it. But Norf also played very, very well on that Belica. I like that pick into the Gadget mid lane as well, into the casters. It's decent into Twin Blast. Yeah, he can just take it down really quick. But if he can't prioritize killing your drone, you're going to zap the crap out of that guy. So shout out to Norf for playing pretty well in that game as well. Animal Farm's dual lane looks exactly like you would expect.
Yeah, and especially with North, like I remember playing against him in the offlane. You highlighted it in the cast as well. That guy has been playing pretty much every role this time around in that support role. And if your carry is a Neft, then there is a lot of pressure on your shoulders. Definitely that sort of guy that we can rely on to sort of not to crumble under that pressure. So definitely well played by North, well played by everybody on Animal Farm, and a very deserved win, sort of ending their streak in this Swiss stage.
That is, but that's going to be it for us. Thank you so much for having us, Tang. Sorry that I had to replace Ego, everybody. He's busy running the marathon. Like I said, we're going to kick it back to the desk. That's it for us today.
Thank you so much, Lance and Tang. We just watched our last game of the day between Animal Farm and 3DB. GG's 3DB, and congrats Animal Farm for that win. Desk, what were our observations from that last match, and how did Animal Farm secure this last game?
I mean, just to start, I think that game was over before the game even started. I talked a lot about the Wraith and the flexibility that offers, and how it would be crazy for 3DB to not ban the Wraith. And I don't want to say Neft was necessarily the star of the show, because I think there was a lot of great stuff going on from the entire Animal Farm team, which I'll let Bengal talk about. But Neft's scoreline, he had insane damage. He had 13 kills. He had 1 death, 5 assists. Like, he had 85% kill participation compared to the next highest on his team, which was Norf, who had 71% kill participation. So Neft was the murderer, the assassin. So, I mean, you got to put him on a traditional carry if you want a chance against winning it, beating them.
Yeah, in terms of Animal Farm, Neft is their roam. All roads lead to Neft on Team Animal Farm. But one thing I feel like that hurt 3DB was they could really feel the effects of not having that big tanky player. We saw in the drafts that a lot of those tanky players were taken off the board, and Peak wasn't able to really kind of play that Richter, play that Steel, play that Sevarog, wasn't able to play. And so he was kind of struggling in the offlane against Bondrewd with the Aurora pick, and team fights. Like I said, they didn't have a tanky player. So Neft, I was saying to the desk after the draft, I was like, man, hindsight's 2020. Neft had to have been licking his lips, seeing this team comp and being like, oh, I could just blow everybody up in 2 snipes.
This Animal Farm just played together oh so well. One of my favorite players in the game, he goes by the name of Import. You're looking at the stats. He ended the game with 1, 3, and 9, but he had a 47.6% kill participation. This guy knows how to play the video game, and he played it exceptionally well. If we had to pick an MVP for this game, who would it be for you and why?
Oh, this is a really hard one. I'm not giving it to Neft. I mean, Neft just kind of did his job, right? I think MVP belongs to somebody who excels like beyond the expectations of what's imparted on them. I got to give it to Norf. I mean, Norf's control, the stuns that he offered. I mean, the seismic assaults through the walls, the pressure that he was applying everywhere. It felt like his rotations from duo lane to middle, from middle to off lane, around the objectives. I mean, Norf. You can't cook if you don't have the ingredients, and Norf is that ingredient that allows Neff to cook. So that's who I'm giving it to.
Yeah, if I was to have to give my MVP besides Neff, I would have to go with Import. It seemed like every single fight Coliseum was used, Frontline was going in, and was able to kind of just be the aggressor, being the person to push the envelope, being the team that was pushing the other one to be on their back foot the whole time, to where pretty much all they can do is try and run away from their back line. They're just getting sniped and blown up, and they're not allowing 3DB a breath of air, and just engaging so well. So Import is doing a fantastic job of being that aggressor, using that Coliseum, and being that front line that Neff needed to absolutely blow up this game.
They did a really fantastic job working together as a team. GG's Animal Farm and 3DB. We don't really have a top 8 yet, as we are going to be saying goodbye to 8 teams today, and only 8 will advance to the main event on October 19th and 20th, as some games are still finalizing in the background. But please stay tuned to our socials on who moves on to the top 8. We also have an exclamation point bracket that takes you to the current standings in the game. But I gotta ask, Dr. Shadow and Bango Mac, who are you rooting for to advance into the finals?
I mean, there's the usual ones. Hold on, I always forget the names of the teams, but I mean, there's the usual ones like Animal Farm. I mean, obviously a new name, but a lot of familiar faces. Doctors, the Professors, teams like that. But from the kind of more obscure side of things, I'm really rooting for Rest and Relaxation. I think they showed signs of some really brilliant gameplay, with Mercy leading them in the jungle across the entire game. I also would like to see, I mean, Nightshade, I've casted them a couple times. I have a little bit of bias, but I would like to see what they're capable of as they kind of lock in their draft strategy heading in. I think they definitely have the potential to be a top 8 contender. If not top 7 or 6, but I would like to see them kind of push the envelope of what they've been doing, because they've clearly been growing throughout this tournament. Yeah, what about you, Bengal?
I mean, as far as kind of a dark horse pick, I mean, I really like Mind the Gap. I mean, every single person on that team is capable of being a superstar, making superstar plays. I mean, outside of that, I mean, what we just saw from Animal Farm was something disgusting. It forces a team to either you ban the Wraith, or you pick it yourself, and it's so hard to play against a team when one player is that dominant on a champ that is that strong. And so it forces you to be like, we have to respect this pick. And then even if you take it away from him, that's fine. He can play anybody else. It don't matter. So if Animal Farm continues to play to this pedigree and continue to play as a team, I would not be surprised if they end this as the PCC champs.
Guess we'll just have to see on the main event, October 19th and 20th. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying tuned to the PCC. This is our 9th edition of the Prime Championship Circuit. And for those who are new to these parts, we are a community-based tournament that aims to unite the community through the love of competitive Predecessor. Bless you. I hope you had a lot of fun today. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our production, the on-screen talent, the admins and moderators, our observers, as well as our graphic artists. We wouldn't be here without the players, who show so much passion for this game and are participating in this tournament. Lastly, we would like to thank you you guys. Thanks for watching, everybody. You are amazing. This is the last of the desk until our main event on October 19th and 20th. The top 8 advances to have a chance at the grand prize pool of $3,000. This is Ardog with the Triple G's. Find me on Twitch, X, and YouTube. Thanks for having me here. And of course, I have to say my thanks to Bengal Mac and Dr. Shadow. Thank you guys for sharing the desk here with me.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Melvin's Rise Up.